Well, hello there, my dear friend. Welcome back to Blind Dad Does. My name is Ira, and I hope that you guys are having a really good day. Today, we are back for more art. We're back for more things. We're back for whatever it is that is on your guys' mind. Hello, Jolene. We are here with you as well. As you sat down rapidly trying to get yourself into the chair and stuff.
Right, I know. Oh my gosh, I gotta hurry up and get here.
But hello, everybody. Death Collector, I saw that you came in there. Hello, welcome on in. I don't think that you've been here before, but welcome on into the insanity. So we're just getting ourselves started up here a little bit, trying to get ourselves organized, and running a little bit behind tonight, but that's okay. That happens. You were not muted before, now you are.
Oh yeah, I see that. I was just gonna say, so Death Collector, we are two different types of art people, and we're a husband-wife duo. Ira is a digital painter, and then I do crochet. You can see his art to the left of him, and then to the left of me, you can see examples of mine. And then the biggest square, the one above, you will get to see what Ira is doing in real time. So.
Which currently he is doing absolutely nothing. But
yeah,
we'll get ourselves started. We'll get ourselves started here in just a moment. So, yeah, it's been a pretty weird day, pretty interesting day, I guess, overall. We had nice, yummy dinners and all that kind of good stuff, as we usually do. But, yeah. Hey, Lillian, how you doing? How is school going for you? I know you said yesterday you passed one of the biology tests. That's really awesome. Very happy that you got that to go through. I'm super pleased. We're just getting ourselves started up here. We were running a couple of minutes behind, so we're trying to play catch up here a little bit. But yeah, other than that, things are as they are every day, I guess, with us. They're a little weird, a little bizarre, a little busy, but overall, well, we try to get by, and we try to do things that we can. I have some interesting news. I've been getting really frustrated with my art, like a little frustrated. You are 100% running behind yourself. Yeah, it seems to be one of those days for it, I guess. I've been getting a little bit frustrated with my art because I've wanted to accomplish certain things with it, right? But I've had great difficulty doing so because of, the way that my eyes work, the way that I have to deal with things, and so on and so forth. So, I have decided, and I'm telling you guys this publicly because I want to be held accountable for things, because accountability is good, right?
So hold him accountable. Pressure him.
Accountability is good. But I have enrolled myself into an art course of sorts, and I am currently going through it. I've just kind of gotten started with it, and so far I can already see that there's an improvement of some sorts. So I'm not gonna necessarily do much of it tonight, although I may do a little bit of practice work. But basically, I need some help as far as okay. So again, I have the blindness, right? I have these issues with my eyes that I just have to deal with. There's just no other choice. I don't have any option with it. I'm stuck with what I have, right? Because of it, there are certain things that are outside of my realm of doing. One of those cases would be doing line art. I can't do it. It's very difficult for me to see lines. So I have had to try to figure out, over the months that I've been doing this, how can I combine the precision of being able to do a sketch with line art with my inability to do line art. You see what I mean? It's kind of a difficult conundrum for me. Make the lines fucking massive, right? That's part of it, right? But then there's more of a control factor loss there with that, right? So But what I've done, I've come across a course that it's a bit of a long-term course, right? But I've come across this course that can teach me like some methods of having a better control factor of things within the realm of the abilities that I have because of the eyes. So, right. Yeah, exactly. Right. The big canvas. So, I've gone through a couple of the steps of the course so far, and I'm already seeing like actually an improvement of things. Like, holy crap, where was this a year ago for me, you know? So I'm hoping that, you know, over the next couple of months of me, you know, doing this consistently, that I will kind of take my art into a different level than what it is right now. I know my art right now is okay. Like, you guys keep telling me that it's okay, so I will accept that it's okay. You know what I mean? But it's not.
Oh my God, it's more than just okay.
But it's not exactly what I want to do with it. You know, I'd like to be able to have some control over like what I want to be there, as opposed to like what I do right now, which is kind of having to go with the flow a little bit more. You know, there's nothing wrong with having to go with the flow, but at the same time, it's like there are things that I would love to do that I just right now can't, you know? So I'm telling you guys these things because I want you to hold me accountable to, like, did you do your lessons today, Ira? You know, that kind of thing, right? So so hopefully that makes sense to you, you know. Have you been working? Because it's like, I know me, that if I'm not like being held accountable, I might let it go, you know, or I might get more frustrated with myself and just say, fuck this crap, I'm done. You know what I mean? So, and I don't want to do that. You know, I don't want to do that because, well, I spent a lot of money on this course, so I spent everything that I had. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But, like I said, it's just kind of a matter of, I like to make sure that I'm holding myself accountable, and that like I'm saying these things publicly, because just my wife holding me accountable, well, I mean, she's just my wife, you know, so.
Apparently, I'm not good at holding you accountable. I see how it is.
No, because you love me, and you know if I'm frustrated and I'm not wanting to do things, and you're just gonna be like, okay, honey, it's okay, don't worry about it.
It's okay. There's always tomorrow.
Right, exactly. So
there's always tomorrow, baby.
So there you go. Take all that as you will, but that's where I'm at with everything. So I'm already seeing like there might be something here that I can make use of. So I'm gonna run with it a little bit, and we'll see what.
Do you want me to tell you what I see? Because I kind of see something.
Yeah.
So like, okay, at the top is like a very lighter blob. To me, it looks kind of like, I don't know, like some sort of animal standing on its hind legs, but its head is very disproportionate to the rest of the body. But that's what I'm seeing.
So you're talking about the darker spot, or?
So at the top of the darker spot is like a really light spot. So like that's the head. And it's kind of tilted to the side. And then the rest of the dark spots. Yeah, that area. Yes. Is the head. And then the rest of it that's connected to it is the body. So it's like angled to the right. Does that make sense?
It does. So you're talking about like the body's going over this way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I see.
That's what you see.
Well, that what you just circled is not part of the body. That's actually part of the background, from what I'm seeing.
Oh, okay.
Lillian says, I see a siren screaming from atop a boulder. I watch way too many mermaid videos.
So speaking of mermaids, did you this year or are you next year going to be participating in Mermay? Or do you know what Mermay is?
I know your question was for Lillian, but I don't know what mermaid is. I only just heard the term yesterday, but I didn't know. I still don't know what it means.
So Mermay basically is like during the month of May, you do if you're an artist or a writer or anything along those lines. Oh, Lillian, you got timed out. Why did it time you out?
Oh, because she's
because
too
of the
many
extra
symbols.
I'm sorry.
Tell me more. All right. Well, he's about to. Sorry, you got timed out for that.
So, Mermay, basically, if you're an artist or a writer or anything along those lines, basically during the month of May, it's dedicated to mermaids and mermen and all things mer. So, it's kind of like a thing like for writers, we have this thing called NaNoWriMo, which is during the month of November. It's National Novel Writing Month. So during the month of November, you dedicate 30 days to being able to finish a novel from beginning to end. So you're just using the peaky eyes too. Yeah, I know. It's weird. I don't know. I'm going to have to maybe fix the bot a little bit, but sorry about that. I don't know why it did that. So yeah, it's kind of an interesting little thing. So one thing, the course as well has given me different brushes to use, and I'm really liking these brushes. Like, oh my goodness, they're very nice. They're very nice to work with. It has a much better feel to it for me.
So, by the way, we had an interesting thing happen to us today.
Oh, yeah.
So, we had ordered some stuff online through Amazon. And Amazon, for those who are not aware, they don't do it every time, but a lot of times when they deliver the stuff, they will send you a picture to show, see, we delivered it to your porch. Our package, quote unquote, got delivered today, so I went outside to go grab it, came back in. I don't see the package. Came back in, looked at the whole you hit track package. That is not our porch. That is our neighbor's porch.
Yep. They done delivered it to the wrong spot.
Yeah. So we had to go over to our neighbors who have kind of recently switched out, so we've not technically officially met them yet. So we had to go over there, knock on the door. No one's there, but thankfully the package was still sitting outside.
Had to go steal our package from the neighbor's porch.
The whole time I'm just like, I hope no one is going to be upset and be like, oh look, they're porch pirating their own neighbors. No, I swear it's ours. Look at the address. Oh, it was horrible. I left a note just in case. But in the package, Ira got something.
I did.
Yeah.
As you can see, I got a new microphone condom. It's much bigger. It takes away the prettiness of the microphone, but it's definitely working a lot better, and it's not going to like pop off constantly, which is so freaking aggravating.
It is specifically for the type of microphone he's got, so
built for it.
It will fit. It will no longer just pop off because we're making a different one. I suck. I mean,
I have used a sock before, yes.
yes, he has. He has.
You gotta do what you gotta do to make sure you got sound going.
Yeah. Of course, at that time, he wasn't like video streaming at the same time.
Right,
so-
right. I was just there.
And then something I got, my dearly beloved husband has purchased for me some crochet goodies. He asked me what I would want and or need.
All the crochet.
Right. And so I had requested some safety eyes because I have never worked with safety eyes before. And especially with my baby Yoda, I felt like safety eyes would have been a little easier. So I got a package of random baby or safety
Baby
eyes.
eyes.
I was going to say baby eyes. Yeah.
Look
Nah.
at these baby eyes. In the middle.
Look at these baby eyes. So when I got them, so again, I've never messed with safety eyes before. I know how they work. I've just never used them myself. It's a little package. I have it sitting right here because literally as the music was going, I was like, you know what? I haven't even popped them open yet. So I popped it open and looked at them while the intro music was going. And I squeed because, like, I didn't.
You squeaked because you got your baby eyes. I mean, she has talked before about like wanting to do cannibal kind of things. So, you know,
I mean, yeah.
it's a little concerning to me.
A little concerning, yeah. So, like, when I found these, I won't deny, I just found a random mixture of eyes, and it was like, this is Amazon's choice. Had lots of reviews, lots of stars. It was like, sure, it's a mixed amalgam, and it's cheap. So if I don't care for it, it's like $5 for
Not
like
that big of a deal.
yeah, like $5. You see how many eyes are in here? I got a while. I got a while before I'm like through all this. So I was going through it, and I didn't realize it, but I know the camera is not going to show it. But there's noses, like dog noses in here too.
Are they?
So
That's cool.
yeah. I was like, oh, that's so cool. So there's like little dog noses, and then there's like little brown noses.
That's cool.
There's like little brown noses. There's pink noses, black noses. So, like kitty cats or other animals. Now, I knew this part. So, like, a majority of them are like standard, just all black eyes. And then there's some that are colored. So, like, I know it's probably not going to show, but this is a red one. So, it's still got the black iris, but or black pupil. And then this has a red iris. So there's like a red one, a clear one, a blue one, kind of a yellowish one. And then I didn't realize it had this too. It's not very slitted, but there's some slit pupil ones too.
Oh, that's cool.
So I wasn't even expecting that.
Yeah.
So there's some yellow and green ones. And then I even have little hearts. They gave me some little hearts.
That's awesome.
And then, hi, Tiggy.
Oh, hey, Tiggy. How you doing?
Welcome. I'm just showing off my safety eyes.
And I am just getting started with a piece of art here. So, like, literally just getting it started. I'm trying to use a new brush, and I'm not sure how well it's going to work or not for this purpose, but I don't know. So far, so good. Seems to be doing all right. So I'm not accustomed to it yet, but we're getting there with it. And I just got my microphone condom. So lurking. All right, Lillian, have fun with your stream.
Have fun. Much love.
Thank you so much for lurking here. So how's things going on your end there, Tiggy? We were just talking about we got a package. We made a couple of purchases from Amazon, and well, they delivered it, but they delivered it to the wrong address. They delivered it to our neighbor, so we had to go over and porch pirate our package off of our neighbor's porch. So upsetting. Right, exactly. I mean, so far it's not bad though. I'm digging it. It's got a nice feel to it, and it's, as opposed to the brush that I've been using, it's very responsive to the pen pressure, which has been really annoying to me over the past like week. The brush that I was using, it's funnily enough a standardized Photoshop brush too, and it's just been crap for response, So yeah, that was rescue mission, right? Exactly. But Jolene was all kinds of tripping out. She's like, I hope they don't get mad at us. I hope they don't come at us. And it's like, it's our package.
I mean, I was more so worried about the whole, we got on their property and took something, even though it was ours, I didn't want them to be like, oh, you took something else. Right, yeah, because I get it. Some people are that way and I can understand it, but. And then I'm crocheting a Yoshi doll. I've been working on him for like 3 streams now.
Yep. Do you want to show your other stuff that you've done?
Sure. I don't know, Tiggy, if you've seen my recent crochet stuff. I've done a Cthulhu doll, a Baby Yoda, and a Kirby. I can show them.
Yeah, I can
I'll get better light on me too.
There you go.
Excuse me for my squeaky chair here. Oh gosh. I almost had a picture fall on me.
Don't really have
pictures made on. We don't really have.
There, so if a package is at the wrong address, usually you have to knock on the door and speak to people, which spooks me. Right, exactly. It's like, we don't know these people from Adam, like a little concerning, but.
Yeah, these are like newer neighbors too, so that makes it a little worse.
They just moved in like in the past couple of months, so we haven't had a chance to get to know them at all.
I think the lights will stay because they blame me. Okay, so here's my Cthulhu doll I made. Yeah, I did the Cthulhu already. Yep. So here's the Cthulhu with his rosy cheeks and his little floppy wings. His tentacly goodness. Thank you. Yep. And then I also did a Baby Yoda a few days ago. Here's my little Baby Yoda. And he does stand, like the Baby Yoda does stand upright on his own. And then I made a Kirby, which does technically kind of sit up on its own. You kind of have to prop him a little bit, but hello, Kirby. Baby Yoda almost got me to watch Star Wars, but not quite. Technically, we like Star Wars. We've seen a lot of Star Wars. We have not seen The Mandalorian. So
yeah, I've watched everything about Star Wars except for The Mandalorian. I have yet to watch it. Hey, Fuzzy, how you doing? Come on in, have a seat. There's a punch on the left and pie on the right. Whatever you want to take, go ahead. Avoid the soup. It's been a little off today, but either way, welcome on into my pit stop on the Information Superhighway. Jolene's right now showing off some of the crochet work that she's been doing over the past few days.
This mess is Kirby so far. I only have the green bits of him going right now. I don't have too much of him going.
I'm just getting started on this painting that you guys are seeing up above here. Just kind of like within the past 10 minutes or so, I've started it off. And so this is what I have so far. And I can show you a couple of the things that I've done of late as well that I think maybe you guys have missed. So this one here I got completed on the stream a few days ago. And then come up. There you go. Okay, so that one was pretty fun to do. It wasn't as much as I wanted it to be, but I like how it came out. And then I also got this little guy here, Mr. Bun Bun, done on stream a few days ago. And I really like how this one came out. I'm pretty pleased with this one overall. So, yeah. And then last night I didn't do anything new, but I did kind of like do a retouch of a couple of past ones that I've done. So this one here is one of them that I got completed. So, just kind of like going back and retouching things a little bit, getting them a little bit more punchy from what they were before and that kind of stuff. So I do that once in a while. You know, sometimes you have to go back onto the old art and sort of reapply certain things. You know, your eyes get tired of looking at the same art for a while when you're doing it. So, you know, if you put it down for a week or two and then come back to it, you'll see, oh, okay, I could have done this here or this there or something like that. You know, give your eyes a chance to rest around a little bit and refocus, you know. So that's what I do once in a while. I'll go back to some of the past ones and just kind of like redo a little bit. So did I get any progress in the prints area? So what I've done, I've gotten a hold of 2 different companies right now that are currently, like, I'm kind of like in negotiations to figure out like what we're gonna do, because I do have a lot. I have like not a big volume of like okay, this print I'm gonna need 100 of or something like that, but I have like a large volume of like a library, you know. So I'm trying to figure out a company that I could work with that will allow me to do the prints, like kind of one-off prints, without being too expensive. So one of them that I'm looking at might be doable. The prints through them for a large print, like we're talking at like an 11 by 17 big, nice, huge size. My cost for it would be about $13. So that means that I could, you know, kind of maybe sell the print for 25 or something like that and make a couple of bucks off of, you know. So that's not too shabby. There's another one though that I'm looking into that's more of a local company that might be a little bit cheaper, but still give a decent quality. My niece uses them for her prints and they do turn out pretty nice, but I have not received the call back from them yet, so I can't say for sure what's going to be happening with that. So okay, well we'll delete Mr. Haas there real quick. So that one is one of the bad Hosses. So goodbye, you worthless piece of crap.
Yeah, the local one, we're gonna try by email, you know, contacting them via email, because like he said, his niece goes through them, so she gave us the email of like the person she usually uses directly. So we're gonna contact them through email and see if that doesn't get that part, you know, resolved quicker, to get things figured out quicker for everybody. I know what I'm trying to say.
Thwack them with the band hammer nice and quick. Yes, indeed. Don't even give them a chance to blink. Yeah, as far as the local one goes, they do make samples available, so that's the other one. Unfortunately, I can't get samples through. I'd actually have to buy print from them, which we haven't been able to afford to do yet. That's kind of what it comes down to. But I have three different paintings that I think would be a good like exemplar for me to do with whichever company I'm gonna go with. One of them here, I can actually just show you here real quick. Would be not this one. Give me just a quick second here. Go down to the bottom of this directory because it's way down there. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Got a little piano in the end music going on right now. There we go. So this one, the reason why I chose this one as maybe a good print deal would be that it has a lot of fine details in it, but it's kind of like a unified color. So if a printing company is going to be able to manage doing those little fine details within like a very restricted color spectrum, then I know they're probably going to be a decent printing company to use, if that makes sense. So that would be one of them. Another one would be, again, kind of another limited color palette, but there's another reason for this one. Let me see. Yeah, it'd be this guy right here. I'll have to resize it again. Sorry. Oh, I don't want to fit it. What the hell just happened there? I don't want to stretch it to the screen. There we go. It suddenly became really horrible. Anyways, so this one would be another one that I think would be a good choice because there are a lot of textures that are on this painting. As you can see, like up in that top section, there's a lot of very small, fine, like textured dots and stuff everywhere. So again, if a printing company is going to be able to do one well, I think this would be a good example of it. You know what I mean? So then the third one would be, let me see if I can find it. Where are you, Hagoth? There she is. So this one would be the other one. So this one is kind of like more of a full colored sort of a thing. This is sort of the palette of colors that I tend to use a lot. So, and again, it has those finer detailed lines and that kind of stuff with it too. So I think that between those three, it would give me a really good sample of what the company would be capable of doing and if it would be a good fit for the type of art that I do. So that's my hope. Right. Exactly. Yeah. And I've looked into Redbubble too. I do have a couple of things on Redbubble, but I have not really made use of them. I've also used ArtStation, but the problem with Redbubble and ArtStation and companies that are like that, where you can like post your stuff into and they will supply the printing and all that kind of stuff. I've sold a few prints through ArtStation, and I've run into the problem of with those companies, you have to meet a threshold of money before they release it to you. So, for example, with ArtStation, I've sold like 4 prints through them and basically have earned about $45 on it, but it has yet to get released to me because I have not reached the minimum $100 threshold to have the money released to me. So unless and until I sell more prints through them, I'm not going to see any of that money that somebody bought the prints from. You see what I mean? It's really annoying. It's like, okay, no, screw that. If you're gonna buy something from me, then I'd like to get the money, please. Thank you very much. You guys are holding my money literally in escrow, you know? So, right, exactly. Because a lot of times with art, you know, you're only going to sell them for maybe, you know, $20 at the most, right? If you're not doing the printing yourself, you're only going to probably sell them for about $20 and make like, you know, $10 or $5 or whatever in profit, thinking, okay, bulk volume is going to be the best, right? But at the same time, then if you don't reach that $100 threshold, it's literally just sitting there in their bank account. They're earning interest on it and you're making absolutely nothing. You have yet to receive your money until you hit that $100 threshold. That might take you like literally like the money that I earned from them. When was it that I sold those prints? It was last year, like last October or something like that was when the people bought the prints off of me, you know? So like I sold the prints back in October. I have yet to see the funds from it. You know, it's kind of a screw job, really, because again, they're making money off of the money that's just being held in escrow. You know, they're making money off of the interest sitting in their bank account, while we, the artists who are supplying the art for them to sell, see absolutely nothing, like not 1 cent we see until it's reached that minimum threshold. And Redbubble's the same way. They have a $100 threshold as well. So it's like, it makes no sense. At least they did have a $100 threshold. I don't know if they've changed it at this point, but when I was looking into it, that's the threshold that they had there. You know, it makes no sense. It's like, okay, no, this is my money. I earned this money. I've sold this. I was the one that did the work to sell the freaking print, for God's sakes. You know, like it was my marketing that did it. You know, like I'm the one that put in the effort to make sure that the print got sold, and yet you are giving me absolutely nothing off of what I have done. Like it really pissed me off, you know, like that changed my mind as far as using ArtStation for prints goes real quick. Like it was really, that's not right, you know? So yeah, I'm at that stage where I'm like, I'm still searching for the print company that might be able to work with me. I think what I'm going to have to do is like do maybe one print at a time for affordability factor. You know, that's kind of what it comes down to. But we'll see what happens over the coming week or two, you know? So, Rebel was $100 too. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Like the $20 threshold, that's a lot easier to meet, you know? A lot easier to meet and a lot easier to do. I'm kind of used to having the $100 thresholds because that, like, I've been a YouTuber for a long time, and $100 threshold is what YouTube's always had, you know? But that is just for like
Isn't that what
ad
Twitch has
revenue.
too?
Huh?
Isn't that what Twitch has too?
Twitch has a $100 threshold as well. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not too unusual.
It's common depending on the circumstance, but again, when we're talking about like you making sales, direct sales to people, you know, that should be a different situation, you know?
Right,
That should be
especially
a different
something through those companies, the Redbubble and stuff, because that's like smaller stuff, you know. That's not like, what do I want to say? You know, like it's not like, I mean, yes, they're the ones putting it together for the most part, but at the same time, it's like, you know, there's stickers, cups, mugs, clothing, you know. I mean, it's not like something you can make hundreds off of, you know.
Right, exactly. You might sell like $5 worth of something at a pop, you know what I mean? So you're going to have to sell like what, 20 of those just to be able to get your money, you know? Right.
Yeah, and like in the case of like YouTube has changed with a lot of how they do things. Like it's the big reason why there's like the whole push against the whole fact that like now there's companies coming on and it's more company based instead of creator based.
Right.
You know, and everything, because, you know, they go by the views. So that's why like you have to fight with the algorithm of the whole, you have to get subscriptions, well, not subscriptions, you have to, you know, favorite and like, and even disliking changes how often a thing will get viewed, and like if it doesn't get enough views and it doesn't get enough interaction, it won't get seen.
Then it literally just dies. Yeah.
Right. And it's the views that you as a creator needs in order to get seen, you know, to get, if you're trying to do it for money, you know, you need to get the views.
Right.
And so that's what's difficult, and they've changed how things work now so that it's even harder now for newer people to get into it.
Yeah, like in order to get partner nowadays. Okay, so when I got partner on YouTube, which you have to get in order to get like any of the ad rev and that kind of stuff goes. So when I got the partner from YouTube myself, it was quite a few years ago. And at that time, what you needed to do was have 1,000 subscribers. No, I'm sorry. It was 100 subscribers to your channel and 1,400 hours worth of watch time on your channel. And it also had to be like older than, I think it was 60 days. So the account like had to have like a 60-day creation process, right? So oh no, it wasn't a minimum amount of hours. It was, you had to have at least one I think it was 10,000 views total on the channel. So 100 subscribers, 10,000 views on the channel, and over 60 days old. And at that point, you could qualify to become partner. Okay. So now they've switched it so that you have to have a minimum of 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours worth of watch time, and there was something else too, but those two like are the big the big ones. So, for awareness sake, like 4,000 hours worth of watch time is extremely difficult to get unless you are making very long videos that are retaining people from beginning to end. Okay. So for comparison's sake, on my channel, I have over 1 million views, and I have, oh gosh, what is it? I can tell you here in just a second, because I'm kind of curious. Please forgive if I have bad rating at this moment. It's coming up to 2 a.m. This week is knocking on the butt. No problem. You're typing just fine. That would be why the requirement to be able to apply for AdSense on YouTube. I remember thinking I could do it, but now absolutely not. As I've gotten older, I've wanted it less and less. Right. So like, if I go to my channel analytics, I know you guys aren't seeing this right now because, well, I mean, I don't want you to, but if I go to the lifetime of my channel, okay, so I have on my channel 1.1 million views for my videos. I have 5,400 subscribers, and I have over 120,000 hours of watch time. So 120,000 hours. Okay. That's a lot. That's really frightening to think of, that people have watched me for over 120,000 hours. But anyways, but it has taken me a while to get there, right? To get to that point, it has taken me a very long time. On average, my videos get about I think it's 10 to 12,000 hours worth of watch time a month at this stage in time, right? So like, I've built it up to that point, right? But here's the thing. Okay. So that may sound like it's a lot, right? But I have done a lot of content on YouTube. Like, I'm talking a lot of content on YouTube. If you were to go to my oldest video, hit play, and go on from the one video to the next and watch it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until you got to right now, the newest video on the channel, you would be sitting there for 290 days. That's how much content I have on that channel. Okay. Before you would hit a repeat. So 290 days worth of content on the channel without hitting a repeat is a lot of content. So the fact that I'm getting that many watch hours, is only because, oh Jesus. Hi, beauty. Where was I? Are you awake over there, Tiggy? Anyways, so the only reason why I have that many views and watch hours and all that kind of stuff coming in is because, like, I have so many videos that are out there. So even if like 100 people watched like 10 minutes worth of any of that 290 days worth of content, that would be, you know, kicking me way up there, right? So, but for somebody that's just walking into it right now, as it stands, walking into it right now, thank you for lurking. If somebody was to try to walk into it right now and try to think that they're going to get partner like by next month or something like that, you know, it's going to be really, really difficult. That 4,000 hours worth of watch time takes a long ass time, you know? So like, that would be akin to you putting out an hour video and having 400 people sit there and watch it. I'm sorry, 4,000 people sit there and watch it from beginning to end nonstop. You know, that's a lot. And it's a lot to ask content creators that are just starting out on YouTube to have to meet that kind of a requirement in order to get the ad revenue share, you know?
Yeah, you said it's at 4,000 hours.
4,000 watch hours and 1,000 subscribers.
So the 4,000 watch hours, if you divide it by, 24 hours in a day, that's 166.
Right. 166 days worth of time of somebody sitting there watching it. Yeah. That's a lot, that's a lot to ask. Now, granted, the problem is that, as Jolene was alluding to earlier, the big thing right now is that a lot of like conglomerates are getting together and making videos and stuff like that. And they're coming in, like they're walking into the door with like pro setups and,
Well, not only that,
everything.
But like a lot of them are, well-known companies.
Right, that's what I was getting to.
Well-known that. So it's like, there's people who already like corporate, certain corporate things, whether it be, KFC or like, I don't know, this company, that company, so.
And they can afford the advertising that it would cost for them to like pump the views up on those videos too. They can afford to dump $10,000 worth of ad money on this particular video, and suddenly they have 100,000 views, and now they made $25,000 off that video. You see?
Right. Exactly.
So it's like, it's a big ask for like us great unwashed masses to try to accomplish these goals that they've really widened the goalposts, like in a big way. They've made it so difficult for people that are just getting started out now to try to do it. I think honestly,
which is silly considering they're making bank,
Right. They're making a lot of money. I think honestly, one of the things that we're going to start seeing is, and I hope that it does happen soon, because as it stands right now, of course, YouTube is like the big, like even Twitch doesn't compare with the amount of content that's created on YouTube, as well as the amount of people that are on YouTube. Twitch is big. Don't get me wrong. It's big and it's great, but it doesn't even come like, as of 2 years ago, YouTube announced that each day or each minute of every day, there are over 280,000 hours worth of content put on YouTube every minute. Okay. That's a lot of content that's there. And that's a lot of people that are there too. So, but it's specialized in a different kind of a way. You see, it's specialized for people to be able to like binge content a lot more than what Twitch is. Twitch is about the community. YouTube is about consumption of content. So there's a different mindset that's there. There's a different attitude that's there. But there's also more people that are interested in being there for that consumption of content as opposed to being here for the community. But I will say from my perspective, of things, give me 1 second. I got to adjust my microphone here just a little bit. Okay, maybe that's a little better. So I will say from my perspective of things, being somebody who came from YouTube to Twitch, as opposed to like how it usually goes, going from Twitch over to YouTube. For me, I'm finding that the community here on Twitch is far, far better, number one. But the integration of that community is even more beneficial, even more important. So I think that if Twitch keeps doing the same things that they've been doing, they're going to stagnate a little bit. They do need to expand things a little bit as far as like content consumption is concerned, right? This is just going with like outsider viewpoint on things here, you know. But at the same time, as long as they're like congruently buffing up or beefing up that community feeling, it's going to have a survivability factor that YouTube doesn't. Okay. One of my hopes is that another company is going to come along and try to like beat YouTube in different ways. And I think maybe TikTok has like the opportunity to do that because they're competing in the same direct line doing content consumption as opposed to community factor, right? But they're more dedicated to that short form stuff, you know? So just my take on it, you know, I do think that in a lot of ways, YouTube in certain aspects is dying. And it's because of that lack of community, you know, it really is. It's because of that lack of community.
It started off as a, you know, creator centric thing, and it's becoming more of not, you know.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be around for a long while, but not as it once was. It's completely changed, you know, from what it began as to what it is now.
Right. Well, I mean, when your goal has always been to support the content creators, and you change that goal and you're no longer doing it, then the content creators are going to start looking for different ways to create their content. You know, there's also the factor too, that on YouTube, it is much easier to get, dinged for the most stupid reasons, you know, like,
but also not for the right reasons either.
Right.
And I'm not trying to say like the same thing you're saying in a different way, but it's like there's so many videos on there that like how they get a lot of their views is because they just rehash the same videos over and over again. I'm talking about like the crafty stuff and whatnot, like the hacks and stuff like that. I don't want to name channels, but like a lot of them will show things that are actually dangerous to do.
Right.
Or that like doesn't really work. Like there's someone that I like to watch. Oh my goodness, what's her name? She's Australian. Do you know who I'm trying to look
I know
up?
who you're meaning, but I couldn't tell you what her name is now.
I'm gonna look her up real fast to give her much love. But basically she's a baking channel, but she has become known for looking up these having people send her these videos, and she will test the hacks because she's a food scientist.
Yeah.
So she understands how, you know, the different foods work together. So she will, you know, try out the hacks and show you how to cook that. Yeah, duh. That's easy. Yeah. Her channel is how to cook that. So like her newest video she came out with a week ago, debunking and who is scrumdiddlyumptious. So she will show what the hack is, and then she will do it, and then she will show how they show it and how they show it came out okay. She's able to show you, especially in the older ones, because she doesn't do it so much now, but in her older videos she's able to show you, if you look, the product they could bring out of, like, say, a microwave, it's not even the same product. You can tell that they just did camera magic, and oh look, see, it's the, you know, this cake came out right, when if you look at it, the mug's not even the same mug, you know.
Right.
So, you know, and she'll show you just how dangerous some of these are, or just simply the fact that you're just wasting your time and ingredients doing something that's just not going to work. So So my long-winded explanation is that, there's a lot of companies that are doing that, and they put out multiple channels. Like, for example, that channel, the how to cook that, she shows that there's a lot of channels owned under the same company,
Right, the same
and they
umbrella.
make the same videos, and they share the videos between all these other channels. And then, like, it'll show like a thumbnail or something, and then you'll watch the whole thing, and there's not even what the thumbnail showed included in it. So it's both misleading, and it's also,
It's clickbait.
as I was yeah, it's clickbait. And also, going back to the main reason why I brought all this up, it's showing things that are incorrect, false, and potentially dangerous at the same time. And so people try to point this out, but because these kind of videos are so clickbaity and are getting so much views, gosh, YouTube just isn't doing anything about it. They're just,
Right, because they're earning
they're
money off the
those
video.
right. So those videos aren't getting taken down. Whereas, as Ira was alluding to, there's other, more of the original, again, the original content creators who are not part of companies are getting dinged for, like, the simplest of reasons.
Yeah, it makes no sense, and it's like these things just keep occurring with it, and it's like you gotta take a look and see, like, okay, this there's a lot of mistakes that are being made here, you know what I mean? Like, so like I said, for me, being somebody who has been on YouTube for a while, and like tried to make a go of it, I'm seeing like a lot of these things that are just deeply problematic, deeply like flawed, And I hope that either they change or they go poof, because, one way or the other, it's not a tenable situation, It's really not. So there you go.
I mean, the unfortunate thing is it is going to be around for a while before it may or may not die down, because there is.
Yeah, I mean, Google just makes way too much money off of it. There's no
Well,
way
I
they're ever
mean,
going to shut it down.
not only that, but there is a generation of people right now who grew up with YouTube in their lives their whole time, and they know it as a quick, you want to watch something interesting, here, go here and watch this. Whereas there's people like you and me who remember a time before YouTube, and we know what it's like. There's other channels, there's other things, there's other, YouTube is not the end all be all.
Right.
Sure, it may be kind of the quick, easy, because there's so much there, but we also can easily just,
Content can be consumed in a lot of different ways.
Right, exactly. Don't get us wrong, we're not like completely like, if you're a streamer and you're also on YouTube, I mean, we're not saying any boo against that. We're saying boo against the fact that YouTube is being shitty to the content creators versus the companies that are getting on there.
It's problematic at best,
Right. I mean, it's just silly. It's just sad to see how it's becoming. It is. But I mean, I legit still watch YouTube stuff. But most of my favorite ones, still tend to be the more content creator ones, the original ones and whatnot. So
right.
I like to watch a lot of the cooking ones and homesteading ones, and it's kind of what I watch a lot. Billy Speaks, if anyone knows that one. That's the one with the kitty cat that pushes the buttons and talks. That one is just so fascinating. That one's the whole Like, I watch that and it's just like, see, some people look at animals and think, oh, see, they're just dumb animals. No, here's a cat that has learned to push the buttons to have a conversation with their.
Literally to communicate, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, yes, it's not a whole lot of buttons, it's not a whole lot of things, but it's like if you watch enough of them, you can see that the cat isn't just going up to it and just pushing on something willy-nilly. The cat has an understanding of what the cat is pushing.
Yeah, it's not a random factor.
Right, it's not. It's like, I think like one of the examples is like one time the owner had a friend over and the friend went away and the cat. Oh, no, I have a better example. There was one day, so she would let her cat go outside into the yard, and she was growing outdoor uh, catnip. So the cat had gone outside, and then like she shows the video of the cat running inside, still with her harness on, runs over to the buttons and pushes the button catnip. So she's like, "Oh, you want some catnip? Sure." And so she gets the cat some catnip. I mean, it's like, there you go. This cat, like, she said the cat went outside and just wanted back in a hurry. So the cat ran back in and pushed the button catnip. I mean, was able to associate the word together. I mean, animals are not dumb, as much as people may, you know, think that. Although I'm sure the majority don't, but there are
Yeah,
those who do,
there are.
and it's
Unfortunately.
sad. It's sad because they are not. Just because they don't talk like we do does not mean they're not intelligent at all.
You tell them, Jolene.
It's like all I gotta do is look at the kitties and be like, okay, it's time. And they'll be like, oh God, it's treat time. I don't even have to say the word treats. I just gotta look at them and say, okay, it's time. Where are you ready? And they'll get into position.
Assume the position.
Yeah, they will assume the position. Sorry, I disappeared for a bit. Got a call from Lady. Lady Paints a lot. Wow. For whatever reason, I was gonna read that as Lady Pink.
That's cool, Fuzzy. We were just talking about like YouTube and the foibles of it and printing and getting screwed over and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, we've been talking a lot. You've missed our entire conversation, Fuzzy. You've totally missed everything. Now you're doomed.
You missed the juicy bits.
You missed all the revelations that I did about the foibles of YouTube. It's terrible. It's terrible. How could you? How could you abandon us? Right. Funnily enough, Jolene does that phrase all the time. So I haven't gotten a whole lot of work done yet, but I'm getting there. I'm getting started on it. I'm digging what's happening so far. I know, yeah, that is really cool. That is really cool. So it's you and somebody else is going over there, right? There were like all three of you were going to be together, or was it four? I can't remember. That's going to be a really good time. She is fantastic. I love Lady. I was watching her for a while there before we hopped on. She always does such amazing art. Okay, that's what it was. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I had it confused. I'm sorry.
How dare you not know my vacation plans?
I know,
Gentlemen,
it's
I
terrible.
only know from Twitch.
It's terrible. To be fair, though, I do try to get to know everybody.
How did I? I've been horrible. I have not. I'm too busy. I'm sorry, everybody. Y'all are nice and wonderful, but I'm a lot more busy than Ira is to be on Twitch a lot and stuff, so I apologize. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me.
How dare you, Jolene?
How dare
How
I?
dare you have a life?
How dare I have responsibilities? I've only been away from home for like 3 hours today and
4 hours yesterday.
cooked a meal and did this and that. I think what all I did do today. But you've come to the Dames, which is strange, Jolene, so we've met. That is true. That is true. Although I haven't interacted very much, and I do apologize. I won't deny, I don't even know what all your names are. Like, I don't know who you are. Like, what you go by and everything. You're the one that I know the most, Fuzzy. Well, not Fuzzy Demon Bunny, but goodbye, Fuzzy. And then there's Suzelberry.
Yep, Suze.
Who we call Suze.
And then there was the other gal, but she had to take time off because, well, life. Right, yep.
Okay, I gotcha. How long have you ladies been streaming for? I don't even know. Infomia. Tell me about your lives. Wow, you guys only started in April? Wow. Well, go you guys.
We just started a month ago.
And you're right, yeah. My laptop is dying already. Goodness sakes. Trying to debate on what I want to crochet next. I've got the body, the tail, the eyes, the head, the nose. The nose, and then the arms. I haven't done the legs yet. Still have the legs, the rest of the eyes, the white part of the mouth and the belly, the spikes, the turtle shell back. I've got a lot to crochet yet. She has a very big project. for being a little dude here.
This was quite the investment.
This was quite an adventure that I was not. I probably will use the safety eyes though for the first time for Yoshi. Well, let's see here. Yoshi's got. Oh, actually, yeah, I can use safety eyes. I've got some elongated round ones. Elongated round ones. I've got some black ones that could work. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, Fuzzy, I know I saw you guys doing painting and stuff. What kind of crafts do you guys all do? Because I don't know. Do you guys just paint or? I'm sure these are questions that Ira could answer, but I could ask him off stream. But since you're here, if you want to chat away.
Tell us all about your life. Inquiring minds want to know.
Minds that are trying to stall because I don't know what part I want to crochet next.
That too, yeah.
Suze does 2D art. She does excuse me. She does. Oh my goodness, I am so sorry. She does watercolor pencils primarily, but is getting into paint pours with acrylics and alcohol inks. That's really cool. Excuse me.
Would you stop burping?
I know. I don't know why I just suddenly I was using watercolors for the very first time the last stream. Yeah, see, I did see that. You had like 3 or 4 different little things. That's right, you do crochet. What kind of things do you crochet normally? Do you do like... Since I crochet. What kind of things do you do? Crochet wise. And or what have you crocheted recently?
Tell us all about your lives.
Tell us all about your lives. Oh my goodness, this yellow and orange is really mixed together here. It is. Goodness sakes, what did I do with this? It might be a nightmare using this orange. Recently did a blanket for the kings. That's cool. Oh, blankets, because I'm basic. Hey, blankets are good though. I have crocheted quite a number of blankets. One of them is in the little spinner, but it's not the only one I've done. I have done... I have done 2... No, 3. I have done 3. I have done 2 regular blankets for like size for a bed. I've done I have a blanket over here that I made for myself that's technically a quillo. You can fold it up into a pillow. It's got a pocket, or you can unfold it into a blanket. And then baby blankets. I have done more baby blankets than regular blankets. But I like doing the amigurumi stuff. The dolls. Have you seen any of my stuff? I don't know what you have seen or not. And or do you want to see any of my stuff? Besides what's on the spinner, because there's more.
There's always more.
It's always more.
Always more.
I did a bat. I don't know if you've ever seen the bat. It's a cute little bat.
I don't think she's ever seen the bat, no.
I don't know. I'm seeing the slide between iris. That's what I've seen. Oh, okay. Well, if you want to make me big, I can show off some goodies. If you want to see.
You are large and in charge.
Oops. All right. As I drop my project here, let me get the better light going. All right. So, and blind myself here. Okay. So my you the bat. Yeah. Oh my goodness, it timed you out for a second. Please refrain from using so many symbols. For exclamation marks? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta
I'm
do
gonna see what I can do about that. I'm sorry about that,
All right,
Fuzzy.
so I'll show you the bat first. Okay, I need to use my lighting. Hold on. That's what I know you're over here. That's
I'm adjusting things on that right now. I'm sorry about that.
Oh goodness, I know you're over here. Here you are, bat. Okay.
Pardon her as she goes a little crazy over there.
It doesn't help that I have the bat. It's a black bat, you know, and I have the bat underneath a black cardigan that I also crocheted. So it's like, where are you? Oh my goodness, is this going to fall? Okay, stay there. Okay, so I'll show you my bat first. He's kind of big. So I made him for Halloween last year. I basically carried him around in my little, I had a bag and I carried him on my backpack because I didn't dress up or anything. His little wings do move. I don't know how well you can see him. I'll sit back a little bit. There you go. That's probably a little better. So his wings are bendable. They got the little wires in them. And his little ears. So this one was from a pattern. I did not make, like, I usually don't use patterns, but this one was a pattern. But yeah, he was cute. He was fun to do. And then I also did a few days ago Cthulhu. So this is Cthulhu with his tentacly goodness. He's got little pink rosy cheeks and his little floppy little ears. Little ears, wow. Floppy wings. I know what these are. So this is Cthulhu. And then the other day I got done with a baby Yoda, which does stand up on his own. Yeah, baby Yoda. Of course, my hand's not flat, but you can kind of see. So yeah, baby Yoda. And then I also did a Kirby. Kind of sits up on his own. You kind of need to prop him a little bit, but Kirby. So the Cthulhu, the baby Yoda, and this Kirby, I didn't have a pattern for. These are ones that I've made without a pattern. I like to crochet without a pattern. I'm a rebel. I know it. Same with like the ones that are on the slider, if you want to show those bigger too. And then I'm currently crocheting a Yoshi. I was going to say Yoda. Yoshi, which again, I don't have a pattern for. I'm just crocheting on the spot. He's just there.
He's just there.
So, and or if you want to show off the Star Trek figures I made for you.
Yeah, I can do that. So, as you guys may be aware, I'm a very big Star Trek freak. I'm currently wearing one of my Star Trek shirts right now. But I love Star Trek. Love everything about it. But for a gift for me, she has crocheted together these little figures that represent some of the cast so far that has passed away. I need to have her make a couple more. So right here is Dr. McCoy. And then we have, well, Data, who's my favorite. I love Data, so she made that one for me. But this one here is Scotty. I like that one a lot too. And then this one is Spock. He's got his little hand there. So I need to have her make some more. She also did one for a friend of ours. She did Worf, and that one turned out so cool. But yeah, she gave that one away. Okay, Lillian. So yeah, I'm a Star Trek freak. I love it. That's me. Do you guys watch Star Trek? Do you guys enjoy it?
Ooh, interesting topic. he will talk about Star Trek for hours. So if you do,
I have talked about Star Trek for hours.
yes, you have. All right, I think I'll attempt the feat. I think. Not so positive about this.
You can do it. You can do it.
Attention all personnel. Good news, reinforcements have arrived. As the trunk tank has been flushed, that is all.
With this like medium brush, basically. And I draw like a circle, you know, where the boob be. Where the boob be. Yeah, that's where we're going with this.
Well, hello, everybody.
I'm so cringy. You guys, I'm really
Val's Digit Art, thank you so much for the raid. We were doing a little bit of the clip from you there that comes up automatically. Welcome on in. My name is Ira. This is Blind Dad Does. Over here on the other side of me, there is my wife Jolene, who is currently doing some art of her own. She's doing some crochet work. I'm currently doing some digital painting. You guys can take a look at it up there. Over on this side, you can see some examples of the crochet work that she's done. Over on this side, you'll see some examples of the artwork that I've done. I am a blind guy. I cannot see basically anything at all, but I try to do what I can with art and give it the best shot I can. So if I miss some things in chat, please pardon me. That is one of the reasons why I have her along with me, is to help me to keep up with chat that I miss. But otherwise, come on in. There's Punch on the left. There's Pie on the right. There's the waitress. Please make sure you tip her because she's been on her feet all day. Avoid the soup. It's been a little off today. But either way, welcome on into my little pit stop on the information superhighway. It is really good to have you guys here. So Val, thank you so much for the raid. It's really good to have you here. And what were you working on?
Make your best friends. Hello, make your best friends.
Let me see if I can pronounce this correctly. Epistrophilicality, is that correct? I'm going to call you Epistro, maybe? I don't know. But either way, thank you so much for the follow. I deeply appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here. Grateful for every moment that everybody decides to spend with us. We know that Epi. Okay, great. So just wanted to make sure, because I don't want to mispronounce people, you know, if I can avoid it. But again, because of the eyes, sometimes it's hard to tell.
Best friends. Hello, make your best friends.
PJ Elliott, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that too. You know, I'm always grateful for every moment that everybody spends with us. I know that there are millions of other people that you guys could be tuning into, and the fact that you're here with us in this moment in time, I am very grateful for. So for those of you guys that are not familiar with us, basically, I am a blind guy. I have a genetic defect in my eyes that causes my eyes to be pyramid shaped instead of egg shaped. I have a massive amount of scarring on my eyeballs, which makes it so that basically the whole world is a mess.
Hello, make your best friends.
Thank you so much, Val, for the follow. I appreciate it. You were doing fan art. Ari from her academial. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
If you have a link, links are available in this chat. So if you want, you can drop a link to what it looks like, and we can take a look at it.
Yeah, or any of your other
else.
art or anything. Yeah, we'd love to take a look at it. We're all about like.
Yeah, I knew it was my hero.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, between everything, basically, it makes it so that my I have to have my monitor within about an inch or two of my face here to be able to do any work, and squint like hell trying to get everything to work. But I try to get by as best as I can. You never know. Sometimes things are a little bit weird, but I do what I can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Or if you also have like an Instagram you'd rather share, whatever. Like I said, links are available, so feel free to drop it down below.
Fuzzy, sorry about that. I didn't notice that you were going to be doing the lurk, but thank you for being here. Lurk away, my friend. It's always nice to have you here.
Yeah, Instagram
Absolutely.
link is very fine. Yeah, we will happily look and ogle and all that fun stuff.
I love to see other people's artwork. I'm very fascinated by it. I love seeing what people do. So
I am currently, just so you know, I am currently crocheting a Yoshi.
Yeah.
I am attempting to do his feet right now.
if you want to show your other things, she literally was just showing some of her other things, but she can show it again.
I can
She's
show it off
happy
real
to do
fast again. I may as well just keep this light up here.
it.
I keep taking it down. I may as well just leave it up here. Sure, that should be good enough. Okay,
Yeah.
so did I just do with? Or did I throw? Okay, he's right here. Okay. So here's a bat I've made. The wings
Oh
are
wow!
adjustable. I see the thing was dropped.
Wow, that's really cool art. I love it.
So most of the pictures that you see Ira's done, most of them are paintings. Some of them are photo manips. With
Oh, they did a
painting
Kirby.
to it. Did they do a Kirby? I
Yeah.
crocheted a Kirby. I will show that off in a second here. Ooh. Okay.
This is
okay.
really good stuff. I love it.
I feel like Ollie would really love you. Ollie's our kid, but they also do art, and this would be up their alley.
PJ, the ones that are over here on the left that you guys are seeing, these are all paintings that I've done. And then the stuff that's over here is photos of the different crochet work that Jolene has done. So art over here, paintings over here, and then photos of her work over here. So go ahead. I'm sorry, dear.
Oh no, you're fine.
Am I? Are you sure?
All right.
I'm not sure if I'm fine or not.
Yeah, so this was the so this was the bats. I will show off my other goodies. Let's see here.
Thank you for telling me I'm fine. I
crocheted-
didn't know that.
Huh?
Thank you for telling me I'm fine. I didn't know that.
You are always fine. You're my husband. I'm going to tell you you're
I'm
fine.
very fine.
You're very fine. So this is my Cthulhu I crocheted the other day with his tentacly goodness.
Here, I'll make it bigger for you.
Okay. Okay, well then I'll show the bat again. So this is the Cthulhu. His little pink cheeks kind of cutified him. Also has
Yeah,
little
cute Cthulhu. It's kind of
Cute
antithesis,
Cthulhu.
but
have little wings, floppy little wings. So yeah, so this is Cthulhu. I'll real quickly show the bat again. So this is the bat. The wings are bendable. I crocheted him last year for Halloween. I also have, the other day I crocheted a baby Yoda. And he does, I don't know if I can show it, stand up on his own. So I have a baby Yoda. And then 2 days ago, I finished a Kirby. He kind of sits up on his own. But yeah, so a Kirby. And then I am currently in the midst of crocheting a Yoshi, which is nowhere near done. All I have is the green bits of him done. I am literally just starting on the shoes.
not even close.
So, yes, yeah. So that's example of some of my works aside from what's in the little spinner stuff. So
The one thing I want to make sure that gets shown. Okay, so like give me a second here. Okay, so this right here is another example of one of my paintings, but that's not what I was going to show you. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to show you guys just a bigger picture version of something that I am so proud that she did. This thing is amazing. I love it. Give me 1 second. Right, there we go. Okay, so this is an ender dragon that she was able to crochet. She did this without pattern or anything. She just threw it together, said, here you go. And it was so disappointing because the person that she gave it to didn't even say thank you. You know, it's like, ugh. But it's really cool. I love what she did with it. The thing is massive. For a size comparison, this is a queen-sized bed. And you guys can see how big this thing ended up turning out with her. Just huge. I love it. It was really cool. I love showing that off because, like, you don't see many people doing that kind of a thing. You know what I mean? And especially the fact that she did it without a pattern just blows me away. I'm like, how? You know, how did you manage to do this? So, yeah.
yeah, the bat I did was with a pattern. Everything else, the Cthulhu, Yoda, baby Yoda, and the Kirby and the Yoshi I'm working on now are not patterns. These are, I am just crocheting them on the spot. I like to be rebel. I don't like to follow patterns. So
You rebel.
I'm a rebel.
So right now what I'm working on is this little bit of a painting. So basically, because of the way my eyes work, I have to do things in a little bit of a weird way. So what I do is I start off by doing a splat of paint on the canvas, and I start trying to do a little bit of like cloud watching to see if there are any forms within it that I can start making use of to do some kind of creation with. So in this case, what I did was I splatted this paint across the canvas at random, just kind of the chaos of it all, you know. And I've started to kind of like develop it and form it from there into what you guys are seeing right now. So that's kind of a weird breakdown of how it works, you know. But that's how I do things. It's sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, you know. I am entertaining the humans, I think. What medium do I use? Thank you. I appreciate that. So I use Photoshop primarily. I don't do any like photo manipulations with it. I just do the painting within Photoshop.
Hi, Teal.
Attention all personnel. Welcome new recruits to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation, that is all.
Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate it, Uppy. Thank you deeply from the bottom of my heart. Every bit of things that comes into this channel goes directly to helping me feed the family. And I bite no bones about it. I'm kind of like open book. You know, we're always open book about everything here on our channel. So we live on basically $600 a month with my disability, and that's pretty much all that I get. You know what I mean? So when people do subscriptions and donations and all that kind of stuff, it literally goes to making sure that there's a roof over our head and that our family is fed. So thank you deeply from the bottom of my soul for helping us with that.
By the way, real quick too, for anyone who is a streamer, Ira does make music available to streamers.
I do, yeah. It's free to use, and it's all DMCA and copyright free, so you guys could make use of it as much as you want. I do have a link that I can give you guys. If you want an example, right here is one of the songs that I've created for you guys to make use of. And I can drop that link down in the chat for you guys here real quick.
Doesn't have a whole lot, but you know, every little bit counts. So
there's about 2 hours worth of music that's on there right now. So, yep, there you go.
Okay, well, don't listen to me then. 2 hours is more than I thought you had. So shows how well I'm paying.
I'm also an author. Sometimes on the channel, I will play audio dramatizations of the stories that I've created. So, you know, there's always different weird things that go on here. So kind of a thing of like on the days where I can't do art because my eyes won't let me, I will actually be on here creating stories. You guys will hear me doing like the voiceover work and the putting the sound effects and the music and stuff together for the audio dramatization for everybody to listen to and stuff. So always kind of something random happening here, you know. I'm glad that you enjoy it, really. So to answer the question, I use Photoshop primarily. I don't do any photo textures and that kind of stuff. I just do straight painting within Photoshop. I am trying to get to know a couple of other programs. So I've got like Clip Studio Paint Pro. I've got like the Painter Essentials and that kind of thing. My issue with Painter is that okay, it's kind of weird because as a program that's kind of designed from the base to emulate a traditional painting situation, the fact that when I go to put the brush down onto the canvas, the brush turns into like this little pixel icon kind of a thing instead of showing me the brush stroke is a little bizarre. Like I could not get a handle on that. So I use Photoshop because I used to do photography as well. And that was way, way back in the day, 15, almost 20 years ago at this point in time. And so I got to know like the functions of the program. And so it's like what I'm familiar with. But I started painting about a year ago. And so like I'm just kind of like trying to grow in skill from there. I did it for about 3 months. I took a bunch of months off, and now I've been doing it again for a couple of months. So I think out of everything, I've probably got about 5 months worth of experience as far as painting goes. But I tried to do what I can. And like I said, some days it doesn't work because of the way that my eyes function. There are days I'll wake up and I'll get what's called a high drop, where fluid from the inside of the eyeball seeps out through the scars that are on the eyeball, and it makes it so that I have like this big blister that's on my eyeball, and it's like it makes it feel like you have a stone in your eye all day long. It makes me useless the whole day. So fortunately that doesn't happen super frequently. It used to happen like a lot more than it does nowadays, but you know, on those days is kind of those days where I'll just do like audio dramas, or I'll just sit here and chat with everybody or something like that, you know. But like I said, there's always something weird going on here in some kind of way. So yeah, the song that's playing in the background right now, this is one of my songs. This is kind of the style of music that I like to do. You know, it's just kind of like something that's good to have in the background going and that kind of thing. And so if you guys want to make use of it, there you go. It's free to use, and you can do whatever you want to with it. So run with it, my children. So one of the things also here that you will find is that we are extremely supportive of mental health issues. I have a lot of issues, as you guys might be able to imagine, with the disabilities and pain issues and all that kind of stuff, but I've gone through years of abuse. I have a lot of PTSD, so I'm a big supporter of, you know, I'm bipolar, and again, we're all open book here. You know, we don't hide anything or bite any bones with anybody. So we're big like proponents of supporting mental health. We're also big proponents of supporting the LGBT community. We have 2 of our kiddos are members of that community. One is poly, one is trans. We have no tolerance for anybody that doesn't have at least no comment about things regarding that kind of thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, and I give great virtual dad hugs. So before anybody else like takes off, let me make sure to do this. This is something that I do with every stream. Give these little bit of dad moments for you guys. So no matter who you are, no matter what you're going through, you are worthy of being loved. And please don't let anybody teach you any different. The only thing that anybody can ever expect of you is that you are being the best you that you can be in that moment in time. That doesn't always mean being the best, right? That just means being the best that you can be in that moment. Sometimes that's nothing more than getting up in the morning, getting a bite to eat, and going back to bed. And if that's all that you can do, nobody can expect anything else different of you, okay? So it's okay to give yourself a break. Don't beat yourself up if you can't do anything more, because in that moment, you're being the best that you can be, all right? So take that, run with it, use it for whatever purposes you want to use it for. But that's what we're all about here, you know, is just having a space where anybody can come in, talk about whatever they want, and not feel judged, okay? So there you go. There you go. So let me go back to the art here a little bit. Right now, I'm kind of like trying to figure out what other elements I want to have like included in here. I know that like this side over here on the right now is kind of barren, you know, so I'm trying to kind of make the decision of if I want to switch things up a little bit and maybe make it so that this is like a portrait style canvas instead of the landscape style canvas, just because there's so much like dead space happening over here. But I do kind of also at the same time like the feel of the dead space that's going on over here. You know what I mean? Like it's got a little bit of character going on to it, you know, in some kind of way. So I'm kind of debating on keeping it. I don't know. We'll see what ends up happening as we go. But that happens sometimes, you know, you get started on something and you're like, okay, I'm not feeling this part of it over here, but this part of it over here is kind of cool. What do I do with that? You know? So, I'm a big believer in sometimes you have to murder your darlings. You know, I am an author, so you know I'm used to murdering my darlings with my writing, and so yeah, it's kind of a thing. You know, you have to just kind of chop away the things that aren't working, so that the things that do work can get more of a forefront or a prevalence. You know, so yeah, there you go. Use that as you want to. I don't know, but I do like to do kind of tutorial style things, you know, as I go. So if you guys are working on artwork yourself, you know, and you'd like to get a little bit of input or anything along those lines, you know, or help or anything, you know, again, you're more than welcome to share here and to
yeah, the offer for anyone to
Yeah.
drop links and share their art extends to everyone.
It's for everybody, not just the raider, but you know, it's for everybody.
It's for everyone.
You guys are welcome to share
We
whatever.
love art. We want to share. So
Yep. Whatever you guys got going on, we'd love to see it, you know? So, yeah, there you go. So I'm thinking what I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to merge these layers together here so that they're in one layer here. I'm echoing here. Can you mute your mic?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So what I'm going to do is just I'm going to go ahead and copy this layer, okay? And I'm going to start a new canvas. And I'm going to actually okay, so if I do it as a portrait mode and I create it and I paste this in, if I extend this up and then extend this down, what's it going to look like as a portrait, you know? So it's like you can kind of get a good idea of what you're doing, you know? So one thing I do like with this particular painting is like how this structure right here on this side of things looks. And I really also like this conglomeration of like rocky kind of texture here. And I like this like statuey thing that's getting built into the background. However,
Attention all
this is
personnel. Welcome, new recruits, to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation, that is all.
thank you so much for the gift sub too. Val, enjoy your sub. I don't have many emotes. I have a popcorn emote going on right now, but I need to get more created and I have not done that yet. And I do apologize, but there will be more coming. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. My goodness. You are awesome. You are awesome. You are awesome. And I love you. I love everybody. I love all of you guys. It's not just you. I love everybody. So my debate here is, do I basically cut everything else out of this painting, or do I stick with it as it is and kind of run with it from here? And I'm almost thinking that's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Which I hate to do because everything else looks kind of cool, right? But we have to do what we have to do for the sake of the drama of the picture, right? That's the thing. We have like this drama of a picture.
Okay, can I put in?
Sure.
One alternative thing you can do is you could, instead of doing it portrait style, make it landscape style, and then that way you can kind of fit everything more into it.
Well, I mean, it started off as the landscape style, remember? This right here is literally the landscape.
Yeah, I know. And I'm saying we can go back to that so that you show everything.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's the debate. That's literally what I'm debating on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I get that. I'm just saying.
Right.
I mean, I get what you're saying because you know, as you have it right now, you have more of the action-y and everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's more tension to it because it's more compressed down, you know?
Right. I mean, what you could do is do it as the landscape. See what comes out. See if anything else does come. You know, if you get inspired to do anything more on the more far hand. And then if not, then you can just crop it and just, you know.
Yeah,
do
I
it
mean,
as
that's probably what I'm going to end up doing because I do like the vibe of this whole thing. You know what I mean? And like I could add in some things on this side over here to kind of like add to the situation, you know?
Yeah, right. Because even though there's not stuff there right now, doesn't mean that like more stuff can't get added and stuff.
Right.
So
right.
and
exactly.
stuff and stuff. How many times can I say stuff?
There's stuff and things and stuff. Stuff and things and stuff. It's all about life. It's all about life. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, let me run with it like this. I'll just go with it, and if nothing else, maybe I can do like the portrait style as a crop for like other purposes. You know what I mean? Like have two different views of the same painting or something like that. I don't know, but because some people do prefer portrait style, you know? So yeah, anyways. Thank you guys. Thank you for dealing with us as we debate over here.
Although feel free to butt into.
Yes, please.
Give your opinions.
I'm all about like community painting here too, you know, so.
In fact, if you stick around long enough, some of the splats you can actually, have them use a specific color or even change a paint color. So, yeah. Yeah, he's not too happy about that, but I'm the only one that has used those.
PJ, in general, I have no clue what I'm doing with it. To be honest with you. So there are times where I will like have this sensation that I want to do something specific. Like, okay, I want to have like an elf portrait or something like that. Right. But as to like the minutia of the pictures, I don't necessarily have a picture in my head because I'm unfortunately one of those kind of people that has difficulty actually forming pictures in the head, you know? So it's like I'll have kind of a list of things that I want to do, but I don't necessarily know whether or not I'm going to manage it or whether or not it's actually going to work until I start working on the painting itself and try to like feel out where it would be the most appropriate or something like that, if that makes sense. Thank you. I love this woman with the fury 1,000 suns could never match. I've been through hell when it comes to relationships, unfortunately. I've been married 4 times now. My first wife tried to kill me on our honeymoon. My second wife was severely abusive. My third wife walked out in the middle of the night, leaving me with the kids, and to go take off to live in Canada with some guy that she met on the internet, you know? So it's like, I've been through a lot, right? And I was ready to give everything up. And then this woman right here came along in my life and basically said, nope. You're going to love me whether you like it or not. And well, I did. So, yeah, that's kind of like our relationship. But we started off as best friends first, you know, and we kind of, we use that to an advantage for ourselves. We've never had a fight. Because if we do have like a point going on where there's some contention or things like that, you know, we actually like stop looking at it as a relationship and we come at it with this idea that we are best friends. So look, you're my friend. Let me have a talk with you. What's going on? Can we work this out as friends? You know what I mean? And that has really helped us out a lot. There are also times where we will like, you know, because everybody has like those butthead days, you know, where not meaning like you're a butthead. Well, I mean, sometimes you're a butthead. You're a butthead. But sometimes, you know, you butt heads together and like you're just not getting anywhere together and that kind of thing, you know? So it's like when those days happen, we'll actually like stop and be like, well, good morning, honey. You know, how are you doing today? Did you sleep okay? You know, we'll literally like reset the day with each other. And we know that when one of us like says that's sort of like our safe word sort of things, you know, it's like, okay, look, I know that we're having issues right now. Let's just start this day over and, you know, come at it from a different perspective, you know, and we found that it's really been helpful. And, so yeah, I like the fact that, my kids have never seen us fight. My kids have never seen us have, you know, any kind of like bad disagreements or anything like that. We're unified on so many different things. Yes, certainly the minutia of things. I don't like the things that she does when it comes to like different, shows or things like that, but that doesn't matter. That's just personal preference.
Yeah,
stuff,
we're still unique separately, but we're very compatible in other ways.
Yeah.
We like to tease each other though. We're silly. Like the other day, I was just gonna say, like the other day on stream, like 2 streams ago, he kept complaining the whole stream.
I am still mad at you.
Take
Yes.
a nap.
I am still mad at you for making me take a nap a couple of days ago. Yes, absolutely. But she has her days where she likes to lawyer up on me just because she's so sarcastic and all that kind of stuff. So she'll lawyer up on me a little bit. Oh well, you said on this day, blah blah blah, and that kind of thing. But it's totally out of love, totally out of joking around and stuff like that. So. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do is like, okay, so I see that there's something that's going on here. What kind of story can I build off of this? Again, I'm an author, so I've kind of like, I have this storyteller sort of a thing inside of me that likes to come out. And whether that's through writing or whether it's through, something in the paintings or something like that, I don't know, but I try to do some kind of drama in there somewhere. There's always a point in some kind of way, whether it's, really overt or whether it's, something more subtle. I still try to do what I can to bring something like that to the table with it. So, I'm going to leave you in the tender mercies of Jolene here for a moment. I just need to take a quick bio break and I will be right back, folks.
Oh no, you're stuck with me. You're all stuck with me. And I'm the more quiet one of the two of us, so.
I mean, I did talk radio for 6 years, so, I could talk for days.
Hi, my name's Jolene. Yes, I was... Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess that is true. So if anyone has any heart health issues, I can also help relate with that. I was born with a congenital heart disease called tricuspid atresia. In fact, this past December, I had my 4th heart surgery. So, yeah. So if anyone has any heart or even liver issues, I mean, I am kind of in both camps here. I was born with congenital heart defect. And because of things, I also have liver issues. Yeah, you can totally hear the radio voice now. Yeah, he's got a great, I mean, not just because he's my man, but I mean, he's got a great voice, but he's got a great radio voice. Yeah, definitely. It's lovely. He should, when he comes back, do his all hello radio voice. I love that one. But yeah, so if anyone has any heart health issues or anything like that, I can definitely relate. Or just chronic illness. I mean, we both can definitely help with that, understand. And yeah. So yeah, if you guys ever want to ask anything, feel free. We are very, very open. Probably more open than you really want to know, but we are open.
Coming at you live, spinning the hits as the apocalypse begins. So we almost lost her a couple of times over the past few months because of the surgery that she had in December. But she is getting better every day, thankfully. She's in rehab, cardiac rehab situation. Not drug rehab, but she's in cardiac rehab, and that's been helping a fair amount. But she still has a lot of problems with her blood pressure being super low. Her oxygen levels are always like 88% or lower. So do it. You're muted, dude.
Oh my goodness, I'm bad at that. So basically, like tricuspid atresia basically means you have a tricuspid valve in your heart. Mine was underdeveloped, so I was born with a single ventricle as a result of it.
Don't click that link, guys. By the way, that's a
okay
spammer. I'm gonna get rid of him here.
So
real quick,
So my right ventricle, which is the bottom right chamber of your heart, was underdeveloped due to the valve never working. So, right, yeah, he is good with that voice. So yeah, so I only have 3 working parts of my heart. I've had 3 surgeries prior to the age of 4, to help compensate for it. Obviously, because I only have 3 working parts of a heart, I'm always in heart failure because of it. Because I mean, the heart does fail. It's not a working unit, even with, there's no cure for what I have.
Right.
And even the surgeries that I've had, like the last 2 surgeries I've had, the surgery type has only been around for like 20 years prior to my birth. So I mean, me and everyone else, we're all like the pioneers of this. We don't even know the life expectancy of someone with the type of surgeries we've had, blah, blah, blah. So in December, I had what's called a revision, where they kind of upgraded me because I was starting to have issues where it's either they do that or I have transplant. I don't want transplant. No. I want to keep my heart as long as I can. Yeah. So had the had the revision done. I can tell you, if you guys want to hear just how horrible it went. And yeah, I was in and out of hospital 28 days. I was in the hospital when the whole thing was supposed to only be like 7 days max. And yeah, it was a big thing. But I am doing much better now, so don't worry. Yeah, I'm doing much better now. I am better now than I was prior to the surgery. So, I mean, it works out in the end. I'm doing better now. I don't know
Overall, yeah.
the full potential. I mean, in some ways I'm worse. In some ways I'm the same. And then say most ways I'm better. So I feel like it was worthwhile. I feel like it was good to have the surgery. So not just because it postpones the need for a transplant. It hopefully postpones it for like another 20 years. Hopefully.
That's the goal, yeah.
That's the goal. And then maybe by that point in time, science would be more developed, and maybe they can have like an artificial valve or ventricle.
Work with us, science.
Yeah, exactly. Please. So we'll see what happens. So that's me in a nutshell. Because of the type of surgery I've had, it puts too much. I have a shunt, and the shunt puts too much pressure on the organs because of the blood flow. So because of that, I have cirrhosis on the liver, despite the fact that I have never
drank.
I don't drink. I've never even set foot in a bar. So kind of the side effects of this, and it sucks, but whatever. It is what it is. I live with it. It's all
danged
good.
If you do, and danged if you don't.
Right.
So right now I'm trying to do something a little different as far as the tension on this side of the screen is concerned. You guys can see I'm kind of like working right now with kind of adding in like maybe another little mountainy effect over there, but I'm thinking I like it better just like being this way, and I can work from here with things. But sometimes you got to do that. You got to just dive in and try, because you never know unless you try. So that is what I was doing there. But I'll just end that little experiment and move on. Moving on. So yeah, as you can see, we've been through quite a bit, over the past few months, and it's been a mess, but at the same time, I'm glad that she came through as she did, and we're just kind of like trying to make sure that she's taken care of from here, It's like there's little things that are still problematic for her, but every day she's feeling better than she was, so that's really all anybody can ask for, right? if you guys have chronic health issues, you guys know how that kind of thing is. You know, you're going to have days that are good and days that aren't, and you just got to deal with it as it comes. For me, I have my blindness, I have arthritis, really bad in my back, and I also have fibromyalgia. So between all of it, you know, there are days where I just can't, you know, just can't. I don't have any spoons to give. I'm sorry. But that too is okay. You know, I don't berate myself about it. I don't down myself about it. It's just the lot in life that I was handed. Well, you can either make tomato soup or spaghetti, depending on what you want to do with it. So, and personally, I like spaghetti.
What about ketchup? I like ketchup.
Ketchup is evil. Don't even talk to me about that evil substance. Suddenly all the viewers go away. Well, this guy doesn't like ketchup. No, we're done with him now. Forget that noise. Yeah, it's a weird one. My grandma was from the South originally, and then she moved to Kentucky and then to Indiana, and I picked that one up from her. She always had the most weird ways of saying things and doing things. But I always liked that one too. So one of the things I'm enjoying with this painting so far is that I do like this kind of like ethereal sort of a feel that it's got going on. You know what I mean? Like it's got this almost kind of a dreamy sort of a quality happening to it. And I'm hesitant to like sometimes when you're doing art, you can get to a point where you like over render, you know what I mean? Like all of us want to have like that detail and all of that kind of stuff that, you know, makes people go, wow, that's freaking incredible kind of a thing. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like there are certain paintings that have this like certain quality to them that makes them feel a little bit like, well, like I said, ethereal, you know, where it's, you don't quite have like the grasp fully on the forms and stuff like that, but still you can make out enough that the viewer can interpret it. So again, as an author, I know there's this thing that's called the theater of the mind experience with readers, and it applies just the same to viewers of art too. So the theater of the mind, the idea behind the theater of the mind is that you give the person that's experiencing whatever it is that you're giving them enough detail to be able to fill in the blanks of what isn't there. Okay, so I can give you a good example on a painting that I did the other day. It was, let me see. Give me 1 second here. Where is it? Show up. There you go. Okay, so on this painting that I did the other day, I kind of did that whole theater of the mind experience with it. So like the figure that's in the forefront of things, this like creature, is the thing that I wanted to be in focus, right? But I gave enough definition to this creature and pardon the detailing and stuff like that. I mean, I literally splatted this out within a couple of hours, right? But I gave enough detail on this so that the one that's in the background, you guys can imply that it's going to look the same way. It's going to have the same features and everything like that to it without having to go into the full-on detailing of that critter. I gave the implication that that's what was there. So that's part of the experience of the theater of the mind. If you give your viewer or your reader or your listener even, for those that create music, the same kind of experience, if you give them just enough of the detail to like discern, okay, here's this thing, I can imply what's here as well based on what's there, right? So I could have gone in and like fully decoed out and detailed that figure that was in the back, but I didn't want to over render because then the viewer sort of gets lost in the detail, So some of the old painters, like from the Renaissance era and that kind of thing, they sort of use that same idea. And so I've taken kind of cues from them on things, that you don't have to give your viewer everything, but you can give them enough that they can run with. So for this image that I'm working on right now, I'm kind of getting the feeling that sort of experience is what it needs to have. So the statue, for instance, that's in the background, right? I mean, I know that it's a statue. You guys might look at it and say, well, what's that, right? Maybe it's a giant or something like that that's there, right? But that's fine, because for me, I know what I see it as being, but you guys might see it differently. That's the awesome thing about like cloud watching, is that I can look at a cloud and see a bunny. You guys could look at a cloud and see a dragon, but we're both right because we're both looking at the exact same cloud. We're just interpreting it differently based on our own experiences and the way that our eyes work. So I will probably do like a little bit more detailing on the statue thing, just to kind of give it a little bit more definition from what it's standing at right now, right? I will do the figure here. I'm going to do some in the foreground here, and I will do some stuff here on the side, but I'm not really feeling like this painting needs to have a lot more detail than what's going on, if that makes sense. Some paintings do, some paintings really need to have that heavy rendering. So again, like another example would be, 1 second here. Let me switch this out to a different picture. Let me see. Which one would it be? Sorry, give me a second. I got thousands of images. I'm trying to figure out which one is the right one here. Where are you, Haygoth? Speak to me, girl. Where you be? Okay, here you go. So like this one I felt needed to have a lot more detail done to it, So I spent the time to give this like as much of a full-on render as I could, based upon like the fact that like a figure that's like this, where it's, much more the focus of everything, is important to have as much like little minor details that you can. So I put in things like the anatomy of the knees, the anatomy of the hands, some of the anatomy of the face, and so on and so forth, and then I wanted the focus though to primarily be the orb that she's holding with the, the energy kind of like flowing out of it like water kind of a thing. That's where I put the most focus on, is that sort of three little areas that are there. Yeah, this one's one of my favorites. So that's kind of the idea that I run with, is that, again, some paintings need that, some paintings don't. And if you actually do it in the cases where you don't need it, you actually run the risk of like over rendering and sort of exhausting the viewer. You know, you make them not tired of it, but you make them tired. You know, their brains get worn out from looking at that same sort of a thing. One of the other things that I try to do too, and this may be a little bit weird or whatever, but kind of run with me here, is I try as best as I can to also incorporate like things like the golden ratio. So for those of you guys not familiar with the golden ratio, basically a quick and dirty explanation of it is that in nature, in the mathematics of nature, so the mathematics that are behind what makes nature work, there's this thing called the Fibonacci sequence. The Fibonacci sequence is where you can take one number and add it to the previous number within its iteration, and it will, like, if you were to like put it onto a graph sort of a line, it actually creates a spiral kind of a shape. Okay, so for instance, like to start off from the beginning, like 0 plus 1 would be 1. 1 plus 1 would be 2. 2 plus 1 would be 3, you know, so on and so forth. So it's like 3 plus 2 then would be 5. 5 plus 3 would be 8. That's the Fibonacci sequence. You add on to the previous number what was there, you know. So all of nature works in this kind of a way. If you look at something like a seashell or a snail shell or something like that, it actually like starts off in a small kind of a way and it starts spiraling outward. Leaves and branches, all of these kind of things, they all follow this inherent part of nature called the golden ratio or the golden spiral or the Fibonacci sequence. So I try to do what I can to incorporate that kind of thing into my art as well. So if you notice, like, let me get to the center point right here. Okay. So right there is about the center point, right? Let me start it over because I couldn't find where my mouse cursor was. So like right in this zone would be where the center zone is, right? So if you go from here into like a spiral shape, you have right here is this cloud. Okay. Kind of following the spiral shape again. We've got the top of this little rocky outcrop. Follow the shape here. You've got the cloud right there. Keep following the shape. You've got the top of the statue's head. Keep following the shape. You've got this form right here. And then you keep following the shape and you got like where the ground level is right here. So it's like the viewer, like we as human beings, we inherently look for the things that are on this spiral because our brains are hardwired to see this kind of thing, right? So if you as an artist want to try to like really push again the kind of realism feel to make it so that your viewers are having the most like realistic kind of experience in that theater of the mind, if you follow that sort of idea where you have things on this like outward spiraling kind of thing, and there are these like elements that you put in, those should be where the elements of focus are in your painting. You see what I mean? Seeds in the sunflower do too. Exactly. Yes, exactly. So it's kind of fascinating once you get into like the mathematics of the whole situation, you know, but if you look at the different paintings that I've done, you'll see that like I tried to do, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't again, but I try to do what I can to like incorporate that idea of this whole, you know, spiraling kind of a thing to it. I try to put elements of like detail on the spots where those things are going to matter the most. And then the rest of the painting does not need any detail to it. Give them enough information that they can imply what's there, right? But you don't have to give them more detail than that because they're not going to be expecting detail to be there. Don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with like an artist doing, you know, like the heavy duty, serious pixel work kind of a thing. I love seeing that kind of stuff, right? But just know and understand that if you do that as an artist, you're primarily only doing it to buff your own skills up and that kind of thing. But the viewer themselves are probably never going to notice that little detail that you put into that one particular spot that you just spent like an hour and a half on or something like that. They're probably not even going to notice it. You know what I mean? It's there for you. You're going to notice it, but they probably won't, you know? So it's kind of up to you if you want to like do that with your own paintings. But for me, because of my eyes, because it's very tiring for me to do this for, more than a couple of hours at a stretch. I choose not to do that for the most part. Sometimes I do a little bit more, you know what I mean? But I choose mainly not to because for me, doing just the implication of things is more beneficial for my own self and sanity, So take all that as you will. That's just like my 2 cents on kind of like basics of, I guess you could call almost impressionism art theory kind of a thing. But that's how I work. And, if you guys enjoy that kind of thing, then, well, that's what you're going to see here most of the time. So now what you got to say, Jolene?
Too much pressure. Too much pressure.
Indeed.
Now listen, I need all the details. I'm not going to fill in the details for you. Ha 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 ha.
Robin, you always want all the details. You just want me to overwork myself. That's all you want to do. Hello, Robin. How you doing, Sissa? For those of you guys not aware, Robin is my IRL sister. And I love and adore her. The only family member I have any dealings with, her and her kids. That's it. Just you and your kids, you and them dang kids. How's your day been? You feeling any better today? You were having some trouble breathing last time. Did you listen to me blather on there for like 20 minutes on art theory? Or when did you step in? So I did something different today. I drank coffee. I know it's weird. See, I don't like coffee. I know, don't come at me with the pitchforks. Put the damn torches down. It's okay. It's okay to not like coffee. I'm not a big fan of it. But I had some today, and it was pretty good. Jolene did a good job making it. How was your coffee? Did you enjoy your coffee? She doesn't drink it very often either because it kind of makes her chest go sometimes. But
Robin says she feels worse. So sorry,
you feel
Robin.
worse. You are not supposed to feel worse.
Look, coffee is life.
Good, Val. I'm glad that you enjoyed that little spiel that I did there. And you guys will have to pardon the echo once in a while. Jolene's microphone is like super sensitive. And even if I talk like this, sometimes it picks me up and it's really frustrating, but I need to get her a different microphone. But yeah.
Yeah, the issues of streaming in literally the same room as each other, so.
Yeah.
Don't have anywhere else I can go though, so sorry everybody.
I know it's terrible.
There's so many of your crochet works that I love, Julie. Oh, wait, thank you.
I love her work too.
Wait, why are we using Julie? Oh, because of the
microphone
echo.
thing. Keep up low oxygen there.
Low oxygen. Yep, I can't breathe. I can't think straight. Too much pressure. Too much pressure.
Yeah, her oxygen levels are pretty much consistently like 88% or lower. So like when she has those moments where, oh, what? I missed that. No, it's fine. You've got low oxygen. It's okay. Well, I'm sorry you're not feeling any better. I'm sorry you're feeling worse. What's going on with you? What's happening? Gotta love that brain fog, right? Exactly.
I'm gonna be so in trouble when menopause hits.
Oh, Lord. I'm gonna be in trouble.
You're gonna be so in trouble, yeah. You're gonna be like, oh god, Jolie, come on now.
Yucky cough It feels like bricks in your chest. Ugh. No. No. That's a bad Robin. That's a bad Robin. My sore throat is feeling a little bit better, thankfully. It's like not fully gone, but it's definitely better than it was.
Did the coffee have anything to do with it?
Totally. It's all the coffee's fault.
So Robin, we had a situation that happened today. We had ordered some things online and it got delivered to our neighbor accidentally.
Yeah, we had to go pirate our packages off of their porch. Right, and when I called them, I mean, I don't even know how they managed it, because like our house looks nothing like theirs, and we've got big numbers on our place. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like I just don't even know how they managed to do it. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah, because not only does our home itself have the house numbers on it, we have like a big old thing in the front yard that also has the house numbers. So I mean, we got 2 different spots that have the house numbers. Don't know what happened. And our neighbor also has big old numbers on their house of their house numbers. So, I mean, don't know. Yeah, I have to head to bed. Glad I got to raid, and it's been a lovely stream. Keep it up. Well, thank you for stopping by. Whenever you get done with your fan art, if you ever want to come by again and share it, feel free to.
Please
and thank
do,
you for
absolutely.
the raid. Yes.
Absolutely. We have been very glad to have you here. Very grateful for your presence. Again, I'm very well aware that like there are so many other places and people that you guys could be hanging out with, and the fact that you have chosen us is, you know, from the bottom of my heart, I'm very grateful. So,
and we're gonna outline the boob with this like medium brush, basically.
It's doing the same clip.
I draw like a
It is.
symbol, you know, where the boob. Where the
we get
boob
to hear about
be.
the boob again.
Where the boob be. Yeah. That's where we're going with this.
But thank you so much for being here, and I
so
hope that you have a great
You
sleep.
guys, I'm really
I hope that you guys have a great sleep, that you have a great night, and that everything that you want comes to reality. And if it doesn't, I mean, there's always tomorrow, right? And there's always a tomorrow. So we'll talk to you again soon. And I totally just unplugged my headphones. I do that all the time, guys. I do that all the time. Just so that you guys are very well aware. I constantly unplug my headphones. It's terrible.
What'd you do that for?
I don't know. Because I was tired of hearing you.
You're tired of hearing my voice.
I was tired.
I don't have a radio voice, I know.
You don't have the radio voice there.
I don't have a radio voice.
Oh,
you could just tell me to stay quiet.
Oh, yeah. So I will say, using this new brush has been really interesting. I do dig it. I do like it. It's a little different, though. Like, I've got to get kind of accustomed to how it works. The feel of it is like a different method, you know? And one thing that I'm encountering is that when it's small, I'm having a great difficulty seeing it. So I don't know, like, I'm clueless as to where it is on the screen. You know what I mean? So unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to zoom it in. But you guys will notice too, like, one thing that I do try to do is avoid zooming in on the paintings for as long as I can. Like, I will get there eventually, like, to do some of the detailing, but I try to go with the idea that the viewer themselves are probably not going to be zooming in and looking at anything on the painting. You know what I mean? They're just not going to. So if they're not going to, then I need to be attentive to the things that they are going to be seeing, you know? So. Oh, I know. I definitely do not have the face for TV. Nobody should ever look at it.
Am I then? Are you implying I am the Vanna White of the Blind Dad Does?
You definitely are. Much more than me. I have a face not even a mother can love. There we go. Kind of carving the figure out just a little bit better. So one thing to bear in mind too is that, okay, like let's say that I am doing red on this figure, right? So I've got this red color as sort of the implication of what their outfit is going to be made out of. Okay. If I want to do highlights on it, I could do just a brighter red to give that highlight, right? And it works, but if you want to like kind of again go with more of that realism sort of a touch to it, one of the things that you can do is to do like a warmer color. So for instance, going from red, shifting it slightly over into the yellow or like more of an orangey color would maybe make it pop a little bit better, you know? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to go with the same red tone, right? I'm just selecting this red color. And I'm just going to shift it over into the yellower side of things. And then we'll see what the highlight there looks like. Yeah, that's not bad. So I know right now it's dim, right? But I'm just like laying down some of the side color for it so I can blend it.
By the way, I ask this every stream, and I am alone in this, but I will still ask. I should ask this when there's way more people. Does anyone do bullet journaling? I do bullet journaling, but no one else seems to do it, so. But I still ask it.
You're all alone.
I'm all alone. No one likes to bullet journal. But if anyone else does, I bullet journal every night when I get done with crocheting for the evening. He's still doing his art, and so I begin doing my bullet journal for the evening. Right, I have finished my first Yoshi shoe leg.
Shoe leg, huh?
Yep, both a shoe with an attached leg. I have one more to do. And I don't know if I want to do it tonight yet.
No.
Jolene, are you still working on Yoshi? Yes, I am still working on Yoshi.
Literally answering the question as it's coming in.
If you didn't catch what I just said, I should have first. Yes, I am still working on Yoshi. Yoshi has a lot of parts to him. Yeah, I just answered yeah. He has a lot of parts to him. I didn't think it would take so long. He's kind of taking longer than Cthulhu took.
Yeah.
It's kind of
I noticed
funny.
that.
Kind of funny. Although to be fair with Cthulhu, I had more of a plan there, whereas him, I'm kind of like tinkering a little bit to get it to work how I want it to. I haven't even crocheted any white part for his belly, mouth, cheeks. Still have to do his spikes and his little turtle shell back. I still have quite a bit to go. It will definitely be at least 2 more streams before I get done. Although to be fair, I take lots of breaks. Most of which obviously is bathroom breaks, and I also contend with the cats, which surprisingly they have not even tried to come in or out tonight.
Yeah.
We have 2 kitty cats, an Elliot and an Eva. And Eva's usually the one that wants in and out like 30 times. Elliot, he's better. He'll come in and he'll just decide, do I want to be in now or no? They're both the same age, but he acts like an older one.
I'm old.
Mm-hmm. But they're cute kitties. We love them to bits. They get spoiled horribly.
So what do you think about the figure there?
Figure is looking pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, you'd better think so. Oh my lord, she's peeing again. My wife won't stop peeing. To be fair, though, she's on a lot of diuretics, so it's to be expected. So what's everybody up to tonight? How you guys doing? What's happening? I think what I'm going to do to add a little bit more like drama to the scene is I'm going to make it so that it's like, because right now we've got a lot of cloudiness going on. We've got a lot of rocks going on. So it's like, it's kind of implying that we're sort of, you know, in the mountainy area or something like that, right? So what can I do to give this sort of a feel like there's like snow and stuff on the ground, right? So like that's one of the things I'm going to try to work with here to see if I can get to happen. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It may not work out, but remembering that like snow is kind of shiny, you know, depending on the snow. I mean, there's actually a lot of different versions of snow. I think the Finnish people, if I remember correctly, have like 15 different terms for snow, and they all like relate to the different types of snow that there is. A lot of different kinds of snow. So right now I'm doing this on a different layer just in case I screw something up really badly. I don't want it to like you know, ruin the things that I've done.
Snack time for Jolene.
Snack time. Yeah, actually, that's not too bad, I think. Like, looking at the overall effect. I think it's pretty cool. It's not perfect, but, you know. Who's looking for perfection? If you're here for perfection, you're in the wrong spot. But I kind of dig it. What do you think, Jolene? Let's get your thoughts.
I have a kitty buddy. I'm trying to get him to come in my lap, but Elliot doesn't like naps or laps.
I mean, he likes naps, yes.
I don't know if you guys can see him. Right there.
Yep, we see him. He's like, oh, no. You're not going to show me there.
You know you want up? Oh. Maybe. Yay! There you guys go. So this is Elliot. And he will be gone quickly because he's
a
not.
brat.
He's not much of a kitty to play in laps and stuff. And he's gone already. He's like, I thought you were going to give me something. That's why I came up there.
It's the only reason I came up.
Yep, now he's at the door. He's like, I'm done with you. You had nothing for me. Why didn't you have nothing for me? Are you ready to go? Yeah.
You disappoint me, human.
He's flicking his tail. He's angry. He's done.
You disappoint me, human.
See that the humans remain entertained until the end.
I am entertaining the humans. Hello, Katie.
Hello, Katie.
How are things going today?
blah 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 blah.
Blah 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 to you too. Hello, napkins. Hello, napkins. How are you doing tonight? How are you feeling? Right, PJ? Did me too. Did me too.
If it would please, my lord, I would suggest that thou go fuck thyself.
Thank you, Robin. Good. I'm glad you're feeling better today, man. We've been worried about you.
Katie says, I was half asleep, then I got scared, and my soul jumped out of my body.
Mine too. You are not alone there. You have an air mattress now. Okay, good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. How's your wife doing with it? All right, Katie, night. Have a good sleep. Just doing alright, all things considered. Okay, good. Glad to hear that. Okay, so,
Night, Katie, if you're still there. Hope you sleep good. I'm glad to hear it's working out for you and your wife, Napkins. EJ Elliott says, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a person appeared in your painting.
No way. That's horrible. Brainstorming more book ideas. Well, I mean, right now would be a great time to do some more books, right? You got a lot of time on your hands right now. So what you drawing? What you working on? I asked Jolene what she thought about the composition, and all she said is, good. I know. To be fair, she's eating. I'm the one disrupting.
I was going to say, I'm munching on apple right now.
I am a terrible disruption to her existence.
Where's my drink? Did you bring enough for the rest of the group?
I did not, and I should be punished. But I do have some gum if you want it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, one of the tricks of Photoshop, if you select the whole image and then you hold down for Windows Control, Shift, and C, it will copy all of the layers that exist. And then if you hit Control V, it will put it down as a merged version of the whole painting. So that's what I did. Now what I'm going to do, you and another artist are having fun, a little art war. So I'm drawing them as a character they hate. That's cool. That's always fun. So what I'm going to do with this merged layer is I'm going to run this image through the camera raw filter. You guys aren't going to be able to see what I'm doing in the filter. Unfortunately, it's just a foible between Photoshop and Streamlabs, the streaming software that I use. So it won't show you guys what I'm seeing unless and until I accept it and, activate the filter basically. So, just letting you guys know, unfortunately, you won't be seeing what I'm seeing for a couple of moments. And I do hope that it doesn't crash my driver. It does happen occasionally. So if we kind of pause and halt or something like that, just bear with me. We'll be right back with it. Okay, good. It looks like it did not crash it. So that happens upon occasion. Okay, so what I'm going to do with the camera raw filter, what you can do is you can kind of take a look at different versions of the colors and the contrasts and that kind of thing of the image. I like to do this sometimes just to see if perhaps using a different level of contrasting can add some drama to the scene that wasn't there before, basically. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. So give me a moment while I do that. But I play a drawing war game with my grandkids. We each take turns adding one item to a picture and then try to come up with a story for it. That's really cool too. I love that idea. That's really awesome. Ooh, that kind of adds a nice little gloominess.
Totally
to
not the same, but something me and the kids used to do when they were younger is we would each have our own paper. And for a few seconds, we would just scribble all over the paper. When the time is up, we would pass it to one another. So a different person has your scribbled paper. And then for whatever a lot of time, that person that now has your paper would like define some of the doodles. I'm so sorry. Some of the scribbles into like, this looks like a bird, this looks like a heart, you know, try to pick out as much stuff as you can and then just like describe what you see. If it looks like a complete picture, then there you go. If not, then like, you know, this is some weird alien, which, you know, obviously tends to be a majority of the time, but you know, just different things. And sometimes we'd like, you know, blindfold each other and do the doodle, you know, do the scribble on the paper and then pass it, or, you know, random things like that. So kind of similar, not quite. Ooh, honey. Yeah, PJ Elliott has a question. So do you write fiction? Because if so, I'd like to ask you a technical question.
I do write fiction. I've actually got 14 books and dozens of short stories published. I write science fiction, fantasy, and horror, and sometimes all three combined. So yeah, ask away. Whatever it is that you want to ask, go for it. I've been both traditionally and self-published, so I have experience in both realms.
And then Robin said, that's cool too. It is very different from what I do, but we shall have to try it. That's what we did a lot. Kind of my way of helping them see things, you know. Something interesting to change things. All right, PJ Elliott says, world building. How to without crying. And napkins, if you're still in the chat, since you also write, if you want to butt in and add some.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Napkins is also an author, and he does really well. So, okay. So for world building, the one thing to bear in mind when it comes to world building is how much of the world building is going to be necessary for the actual story itself. You could do something like J.R.R. Tolkien did, which was to like create this entire almost universe based on everything that he wrote down in notes and so on and so forth. But how much of that actually got used in the stories, right? Not much. There was like after effects of it when, you know, people like glommed onto it and started, you know, oh, this is great, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But like the actual novels themselves had very little of the world building that he did in comparison, right? It just wasn't there. So the most important thing, I guess, is to like try to make the decision of how much of it is going to be necessary for the story and how much of it is going to be necessary for just you to have an understanding of the world that they're in. And that can be a little bit difficult, you know, because sometimes we want to overdo. And again, we kind of like, as I was discussing earlier about the theater of the mind situation, it works exactly the same with writing. In fact, that's where it comes from, is through writing. And I just have transformed it over into art, you know. So like my characters, for instance, you're still lurking. Okay, you're still live and lurking. Okay, thank you, beauty. So, okay. For instance, if you're trying to describe a character, how much of the description is necessary for the story to progress forward, right? So like you could go into extreme detail about, oh, he's got this, you know, mole on his cheek over here, or he, you know, there's this, you know, dimple on his butt. I don't know, whatever, you know, any little thing that you can come up with as far as detailing is concerned. And that might be important for, like, you might think that it's important for you, but is it important for the story? Like, you know, John had a dimple in his butt, and suddenly the woman is coming at him with a knife. You know, I mean, like, do you see what I mean? Like, you have to kind of like decide where the necessary line of detail is required. So once you've kind of decided that, it does help with world building itself, because if you're doing something, for example, in a fantasy setting, you could, for instance, write about, like, you know, over here in Ogamon is where the dwarves live, and over here in Tirfanang is where the elves live. But if you're not having the story involving the dwarves or Ogremon in any kind of way, then why does that matter, right? So like that could come later at a time when you're going to be actually writing about it. You see what I mean? So what's necessary for you to have in this moment in time with your writing compared to what's not? And you'll probably find that by and large, a lot of the stuff that you're doing for your world building is not really particularly necessary right now. So you can kind of ease your burden of world building a little bit just by kind of like niching down and deciding, okay, this right here is what's important for this story in particular. And I'm not going to worry about what's happening in the rest of the world, because what's happening in the rest of the world has no impact on this story here and now. Does all that make sense to you? And then like later, if you want to do more world building, you can do it at a better pace. You know, you can do it at a better pace. Sure, it does. Yes. And so if you want to have like kind of a basic worldview for yourself, then that's necessary. But again, if the dwarves and the elves are having no interaction together in this particular story, then are you going to be moving them from that one location to the other? You see what I mean? And again, theater of the mind issue. Are you going to be talking about every single footstep that takes place in the story? Or are you going to be skipping over, you know, okay, they slept for 5 nights in a row or something like that. You know, are you going to be detailing everything that happened during those 5-night period? Is that worth it for the story? You see, you always want to be keeping aware that in order for the reader to have like the most enjoyment and for them to be hooked for the longest amount of time, you want them to keep moving from one thing to the next as rapidly as you can. So you can skip the minutia, you know, unless again it's important for the story, or unless you want to do it for like humorous effect. You don't have to talk about the fact that they stopped to make camp that night and John took a pee over there in the woods or something like that. If it's important to the story, like a goblin jumped out and bit him, you know, on the toe or something like that, then so be it. Write that, right? But it doesn't matter. The reader can infer and imply that, okay, they traveled for 3 days, they're breaking camp, you know, and all that kind of stuff. If nothing happened during that period of time, it's not to them a detail that's essential. You might feel that's essential as the author, right? But put yourself into the mind of the reader as opposed to the author and see what is like the most critical information for them to have at that moment in time. I hope that all that makes sense. It's a lot to throw at you, I know, but so, I mean, for you, if you want to know, you know, the dwarves are over here and the elves are over here, you could like make just like a basic map, just draw out a basic map. Okay, this is like, you know, 500 leagues away or whatever the case may be, for your own edification, so that you can bear in mind, okay, it might take X amount of time to travel from this point to there, right? But you don't have to put in, well, they pass through this village, they pass through that village. The readers are going to know like there's activity that's going on, and if it's not important, you can just like kind of gloss over all of that, you know? Right, yeah. I mean, I've drawn many maps for my stories, you know, but did I really make use of them in the stories? No, but it was good to know, you know, X thing was X place, you know. But a lot of the time, a lot of writers don't go the Tolkien route, right? They will make the crap up as they go, kind of a thing, you know. And there's nothing wrong with that either, you know. So But for me, like, I'm an outliner, right? There's different styles of writing. There's the outliners, there's the pantsers. You know, I'm an outliner myself when it comes to my novels. I'm a pantser when it comes to my short stories. So, what I've found to be fun is that some of my short stories take place in this world that I've created called Center. And I've got kind of like a mythology set up in my brain about what Center is all about. It's kind of this steampunk / magical world that, you know, a lot of different stories have taken place in. But I don't have laid out exactly what's going on in Center because I always want to leave myself open for the possibility of new things to pop up in my head to say, oh, hey, this would be cool to have here. You know what I mean? But if I have already established that X thing is here because I have dedicated so much to the world building of it, well, then I can't put X thing there. I'm going to have to cram it in somewhere else that it may not make sense to be. You see what I mean? You want to leave yourself that doorway open to be able to, you know, do those things on the fly that are those trickles of inspiration that are really fun to follow, you know?
By the way, if you're at all interested, Ira does have the audio dramatization of some of his short stories and stuff. So if you just to get an idea of what Ira writes, he'll happily play one of those for you if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then I'm not a huge writer, but I will put in real quick that like one of my favorite series does have a map on it, but the map is not at all very detailed. It's like, this is this clan, this is that clan, this is this clan, this is that clan. Here's like the one major meeting place. Here's a river. Here's this. You know, it's there's like maybe 6 things labeled on it, and then the rest is just like, oh yeah, you see what should be trees, and you see what should be this and that. But beyond that, it's not heavily detailed. And then when you read the story, yes, you get the finer details within the story itself, and even that there's not like a lot of detail. Like, you don't know what's every nook and cranny of each territory, and
because it's not essential to the story,
right? And then they did say, right, because I know where the mountains are and where the Great Lakes are in the woods, and I'm trying to use that to find out where to put the danger. Oh yes, I would love to hear one. And then that's true. So okay, so
well, I can do one of the stories here for you guys. It's been a little while since I've done one. Okay, so I know you're not gonna, like, those of you guys that have never heard my stories before, you're not gonna know like what the stories are about if I just give you the titles of them, right? But I'll give you the titles of them. We'll see what you guys think as far as like which one you'd like to hear. So how about these choices? We can do Connection, Recess, or Red. Which one of those would you guys like?
I forget, do any of those take place in Center?
No, none of the audio dramas I have. Well, no, I'm sorry. The Long Night of the Bard and the Mage does take place in Center, but that one's like a half hour long, and I don't want to do a really long one for these
Right.
guys.
Okay. See, I knew there was one, but I couldn't.
Yeah. These others are like shorter, 5 to 7 minutes. So just give them an idea. Recess. Okay. Recess is a fun one. It's an interesting one. Okay. We'll do Recess. And this one is kind of like a sci-fi horror. So you guys will get a taste of like the fact that I do both kind of mixed, So yeah, here you go. And I'll just keep doing art here in the background. This one's about 8 minutes long or so. So, okay. Enjoy. Hopefully you guys do. And by the way, I will say, the stories that I've got created right now are done with an old microphone, so the sound quality is not as good as it is right now. Oh yeah, but it'll still get the point across. So here you go. And bear in mind too, I do the voice work. I also do all of the sound effects. Like I created all of the different things that are in here. So music, sound effects, sound design, all that kind of stuff is all done by me. So. Here you go. Recess by Ira Robinson. Melanie, don't go too far. I watched my young daughter run down the street. My stomach always dropped a little when I saw her legs moving in those first few moments of freedom I could allow her to have. She was 4 years old, and all I had left in the life I once knew. The life we all once knew. These moments of pureness, of when I could allow her to explore, to play, hell, just to be a child, were so precious and few. She was so special to me, with her long blonde hair flowing behind her as the wind caught it up and tossed it all over. As the heavy clothes I had to put her in before she walked out of the front door to be protected against the cold that had always come on. She was my gift. I know every parent has the same kind of words they like to use for their children. Special, gifts, precious, sacred. But Melanie was different. I guess all of our children are different these days. I watched her pick up a ball and bounce it around, a smile on her face, even from this distance. I know I should be closer. I should be watching over her like a hawk at a meal, but I also felt the need to let her have a small taste of freedom, to explore what it meant to be alive and, for a time, a kid. Those moments, too, were few and far between. One of the other children, Max, I think, passed her by at a run, heading off to his own devices. He was a little older, probably wanting to have little to do with trying to have fun with a peer so young compared to him, but Melanie, at least at first, didn't seem to pay him much mind. I saw her turn around towards him, though, and I thought I caught a fleeting glimpse of regret on her face. She went back to her ball, though, the moment passing her as Max disappeared behind the corner of another house. I looked around me trying to see his parents, but they weren't in sight. I'm not sure why they were not, but a nervous stroll ran through my veins just the same. Didn't they know any better? Such is the way sometimes, though, when life is lived on the edge of a knife so sharp you can lose everything in a heartbeat. Pausing it real quick, just wanted to say, alleclectic? Alleclectic? I'm sorry, I'm blind, so it's hard for me to see what the word is, but thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Right now we're listening to one of the audio dramas that I created based on one of my stories, so we're getting there. No, it's all good. I'm taking a moment to munch something here real quick too, because I'm kind of starving. So I'll go back to the story and then we'll get back to talking after that. So much loss, so much regret. It weighs on you, a millstone sinking to the unfathomable depths of a sea that never ends. Pain, loneliness, these things become as familiar to you as your own breath, and it's only in the darkest moments of night, those few seconds between waking and sleep, that you can have time to actually process it, to think about it in some kind of healing terms. Healing. There's so precious little of that left to us too, a word we use to try to convince ourselves things have a sense of normalcy, that there might be some hope for the future, but it's a hollow word. Hope, too, is a dangerous word, though, as I looked at Melanie playing in the brightest moments of the day when there was so little space for any shadows to be able to exist, I could not help but see hope for the future. That word, though, that sensation of hope, can make you lax. It can lull you into a sense that all things are right with the world and there's going to be something ahead that'll make everything you go through worthwhile. Will it be worth it, though? Will there be any kind of future when the bleeding edges of sanity fray more and more by the day? Hope, freedom, healing, these words are so rarely used, so rarely spoken in our little community these days, and with reason. But as I said, those moments in the night when the fears are the greatest need to have something to hold on to, especially when the screams start. Even in the light of day, when the shadows are at their furthest away, the echoes of those screams can haunt, and I'm glad Melanie doesn't seem to be able to be bothered by them as she plays. It makes me glad because recess is, for our children, such a rare commodity, and they have to embrace it without fear and without regret. I wish I could feel it. I wish I could let go of those sounds that filter through the thin walls of our house as we hide ourselves away in the attic. They stay with me always, even as my eyes rove over the street, looking for any sign that something was out of place. No, it's not possible just to let them go, to find a way to no longer hear the sound of my precious wife screaming in the night as she was taken away. The sound of her voice as she begged me to save her, to plead with them to let them go, the horrific wailing that still wrenches my guts to this day as her flesh was flayed open, and the beloved blood that kept her alive in this God-forsaken world we live in was shed across the ground, lapped up by desperate lips and tongues that had no right to exist. Those sounds I'll never be able to heal from, to throw away, to forget. So many of us gone, so many lost to the shadows that come, and though I miss many of them, she's the one from which I'll never recover. If it weren't for Melanie and her need for me to be here for her, to protect her and keep her safe in an insane world, I'd have put the shotgun into my mouth and pulled the trigger long ago. I can't do that, though. Melanie needs me, and there's no one else who would be there for her without me. There are too few of us now. Too many have been lost, leaving us without the ability to sustain ourselves, especially with the upcoming winter. God, what are we going to do then? Already, the two of us huddle in the cold room at the top of our home, the place my wife and I thought would be a shelter from the world we once understood. There's already so little in our bellies, holding off what we can to make it one more day, one more week. One more meal, clinging to the hope that we'll be finally rescued, set free from these bonds of the shadows that come. But I know we're not the only ones. Those around us are going through it too, but I can't give them any care. I can't. We don't have enough, even as I watch the other children around the street falling to emaciation, wasting away bit by bit, day by day. So few of us are left now. Is the rest of the world still spinning, still going through its travails as it always had? Or is everyone else going through the same thing as we few here are? I suspect so. The few rumors we once had coming through our community as one person or another shuffled into the city limits spoke of the horrors that they too witnessed. Now, we may not be alone in the horrors, but Melanie and I have always been an island unto ourselves, clinging to each other as the rest of the world falls apart. She's still able to smile, though it's more infrequent. I'd give her one back, but the thought always ran through my head that she might have been just doing it to appease me, to give me something to hold on to, as only the wisdom of a child who has survived a torturous event can do. My stomach lurches, and I jump to my feet again as the loud whistle blows, the watcher pulling the string on the alarm that was once merely to warn of impending storms, warbling loud, echoing through the countryside. Melanie dropped the ball as she ran, her eyes wide and desperate, back to the house, and I watch her legs flying beneath her, the sound of her footfalls against the ground muted by the volume of the siren. She made it into the house, and I slammed the door behind her, swinging the makeshift barricade into place. It always made me feel better, even if I secretly wondered if it did any good. The ladder to the attic came down easily, and I helped her make it up there, checking things over once more before joining her. She was already lighting one of the candles and pulling out one of the few remaining tins of food we had on hand. Recess was over, and the shadows are coming, and there are precious few moments left before the screams begin again. So there you guys go. That's Recess. It's an interesting little tale. Why isn't this a full podcast? I'm glad you liked it. It's how I am. I like to do things a little bit weird. I like to be bizarre. I am the strangest person that I've ever met. I try to prove it every day. So what did you think, Jolene? I know. I've heard this a million times, honey. What are you talking about?
You should know by now, but okay. It is one of my favorites that you've done, though.
Yeah, mine too. I mean, if you're cool with it, I can do Connection too. If you guys would like another one. Connection's probably one of my favorites, my own personal favorites. I really like how it came out, and I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the process of it. So episode 2 is coming when let me do Connection for you. I think that you guys will like this one too. It'll give you a different taste of things too. So, different style-ish, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
So,
what genre is this one?
This one's kind of more horror. I mean, it's a horror story, but it's a different type. It's a different type of horror story, I guess you could say. So
he does lots of.
Yeah, well, a lot of my short stories are kind of horror based. I do have some that are fantasy and science fiction, but like, I like to tap into like horror and like short stories and horror kind of really go together well. Like long form horror is a little harder to do. Like I do have a couple of horror novels, but it's much easier to like give that emotional kick to the gut if it's kind of the shorter form, at least for me, So yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. But okay, so Alelectic, thank you so much for being here and for following. I really appreciate it. I'll give you more of a a moment here. But for those of you guys not familiar with us, my name is Ira. This is Jolene. Both of us are artists in different ways. Right over here, you can see some of the examples of the work that she does. She does crochet work. Over on this side, you'll see examples of the paintings that I do. And up here, you'll see the painting that I'm currently working on. Right here, you'll see this ugly mug. Please don't look at it. Look at her. She's a lot better looking. So anyways, Punch is on the left, Pie is on the right. Make sure you tip the waitress because she's been on her feet all day. Avoid the soup. It's been a little bit off today. And in other words, just welcome to my little pit stop on the information superhighway, and I hope that you enjoy your stay. So yeah, there you go. I am a blind guy. I do try to do everything that I do through this blindness of mine, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. That's kind of how I look at it. Right now, I'm not too dissatisfied with the painting that's coming out. If you're curious, basically it started off. Like I always begin all of my paintings with basically a paint splat across the canvas, and I work it up from there. So I splatted this paint across the canvas. I saw a couple of forms within it, and I've kind of been like developing it from there ever since. So you guys are now seeing basically what I've gotten it to from that point. And I don't think it's too bad. Like it's not among my best maybe, but it can use like some more detailed work and that kind of thing, which I just haven't gotten to yet basically. So this is kind of like, I guess you could look at this as being in its teen years. It hasn't hit adulthood yet, but it's in its teen years. It's pretty developed, and it's ready to come into adulthood. So I got it out of its infancy and out of its tween years, those awkward years, where things just look terrible. So that's where I'm at with it right now. But yeah, let me go ahead and play Connection for you guys. It's just a different story, and I think that you guys might actually enjoy it. So we'll give it a shot. What do you think? Here you go. I hope you do like it. I really like it when people like reading my stories and stuff. Connection by Ira Robinson. Night's coming, guys. Get in your shelters and good luck. I flipped the switch off. The crackle of power and the descending hum that always accompanied the winding down of the radio broadcast board in front of me, comforting in a strange sort of way. I hit the button on the turntable, and the whir of it spinning up filled the silence that had come. Soft music, an old metal song. began to filter through the speaker above the mixer. I tend to play that kind of music when night's falling. I think it helps get people amped up a little, gets the adrenaline flowing. Just in case. Some of them need it, desperately. I turned the volume down a bit more, just to make sure there'd be no sound coming out of the small room I kept the equipment in. I had about 5 minutes before the end of the song came along, and the need to switch it to something else to replace potential dead air, and started my nightly ritual of getting ready for the passage of the sun outside. First things first, check the windows. The wood paneling I found a few weeks ago has been holding up well, and I think it's doing a good job of blocking out any light from inside the small building I'd come to occupy, but I check it every day just to make sure everything's in its right place. The glass has been gone for a long time, I think, but that's okay. I wouldn't want to look out of it anyway. Door lock's in place, still solid, good. That's always my first line of defense, and it'd be the first thing to go if things decided to come. The large desk and filing cabinets I had waiting on the other side of the door would help. Hopefully. I opened the door and checked outside. The sun still shining bright in the sky over the endless expanse of green grass and brown hills to the north, and there's no sign of anything walking that I could see. Good. That was one of the things I really liked about this place. Whoever built it had done a good job. Its structure sound and steady, and the fact that it was surrounded by flat land for a mile around it each way was something I had come to appreciate. The door slipped closed and I flipped the lock into place, then slid desk and cabinets in front of it to create a blockade. I went to the kitchen, prepped what I would need for the night. 3 bottles of water were already on the counter waiting, and I filled the filter bucket with another batch to decontaminate for the next few hours. Dinner was simple and easy, as it usually was, but I was starting to get worried about my meager provisions. I'd be able to hold out for another few weeks without much issue, but I'd have to start foraging soon, and that's always a danger. Not only from the things, but other people too. Desperate times. While the cookfire was getting the batch of rice ready, I went back to the broadcast room and flipped the record to another one, a dance hit from sometime in the 80s, I think. Whether people liked that kind of thing or not, I don't know, but it's a catchy tune and it made me smile anyway. I checked the dials and saw everything was broadcasting out at the best power I could manage, the solar cells having charged the battery banks in the basements pretty nicely without the cloud cover we'd had the past week. I was glad it finally cleared out and smiled once more at the effectiveness of whoever had built this place. I'd been so surprised to find it sitting empty, and there was no indication at all of who had created or occupied it or what happened to them after the fall, but I wasn't going to say no to the taking. Besides, I was doing a service, an important one at that. Morale is so hard to come by these days, and having a voice in the darkness can really make all the difference. I'm sure you understand completely, having lived through all this hell too. If I could be a bright spot in the nightmare this world has become, then so be it. I'm happy to take on that lot in my life, and the few people who've been able to contact me tell me they appreciate what I'm doing. And that's good enough for me. I brought the rice back to the room and closed the door behind me, settling into the cushioned chair for the evening. I flicked the switch for the microphone and waited until the song playing was over, the soft whine of subtle feedback a little annoying to my ears, but that always happened when I put power to the device. I'm not sure if it's something going wrong with it or if it's just a product of its age, but thankfully it only lasts for a couple of moments before fading out. I hope everyone is settled in. My lips were only a few inches from the metallic edge of the microphone. I watched the monitor in front of me to make sure I wasn't coming through too hot. According to my clock, sunset will be in about 20 minutes. I'm ready for the night. Are you? I pulled another record out of its sheet and sat it on the turntable while I talked. I set it into motion again and popped the needle down on it, letting the first cadences of the song come through before going on. I'm going to be here with you guys. I'm always here with you. We're going to get through this if we do it together. Be good to each other. The mic whined down after I pushed the button, and I sat back, letting the sound of the song softly humming through the speaker come into me and relaxed into it. No one really knows how the things came to be, but the impact they've had on our world has been devastating. I've heard the rumors, and I'm sure you have too. Aliens? See, I don't think so. If it was, I'm betting they would have come down by now and taken everything over. There's so few of us left now, after all. All I know is the things are bright, lighting up the night like an extravagant candle while they hunt, and the day is the only time it's safe to show your face outdoors. I've only seen them once, and that was more than enough for me. It was the night before I found this place, in fact, before I took on the role of the DJ of the apocalypse, spinning the hits while oblivion opens its maw in front of us and sucks us in. I'd been walking through a field, desperately hungry with a pack almost as empty as my stomach. There was a hill not far ahead, the one to the north of this very building, in fact, and with night coming on, I knew I was in trouble. I'd hoped I could make it to the next town while the light of day still shone, but there was no such luck. I wasn't even sure which direction it would be. When I saw the flare of light, the body of the thing igniting its white-hot glare, I pressed my body into the dirt and prayed it hadn't seen me. I belly crawled along as a keening wail started up, echoing across the flat of land that I was occupying, and each time it resounded, my stomach dropped even more. I was scared, my friend, terrified I had been spotted, and would soon find myself a hollow meal for this monstrosity that thought nothing of humanity other than the fact that we were cattle. Another echo from somewhere behind me told me there was more than one, and I knew I was in trouble. Oh, gods. I was in serious crap. My movements became more frantic as I desperately sought out some kind of shelter, something that would hide me from the watchful gazes of these incarnations of malevolence. I think a god of some kind must have been watching out for me that night, because my body slanted downward as a large, long ditch opened up before me. I crawled into it and pulled lengths of grass out of the ground and covered myself with them, camouflaging my body as much as I could. One of the things was close. Oh, God, it was so close. I could hear the soft pads of its feet against the ground, and I'm sure it came to the edge of that ditch, sensing me maybe, or having heard my frantic pulling at the grass to coat myself. It knew, I think, that something was out there, but it didn't come closer. A burst of sound came from the end of the ditch I found myself in, and I almost jumped up to run when I heard it, almost feeling the cold hands of the thing grasping me. But it had been a rabbit or some other small animal, I think, and startled into motion by the approach of the creature. A loud hoot howl emanated from the light, and it shot away from my position, giving chase to the movement. I held my breath as its companion joined it and held myself stock still for the next few hours that it took night to come to an end. I don't know if that bunny made it. I hope so. It was my salvation that night. Now, I've heard those hoots out in the fields surrounding this place, and I wonder if they perhaps are aware that they missed me and searching for me in their way, but I can't be sure. I do know I never want to look at one again, and as the night comes down once again over this little land of oblivion we all now occupy, I hope you don't either. Night is coming, folks. Get to your shelters, and good luck to us all. So there you guys go. Connection. I like that story. I like how it came out. I like the effects that I did with it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it too.
If you paid close enough attention, there was a sound effect that you all should have noticed. Recognized.
Right, exactly. The one to scare the ever-living crap out of everybody. I have that available on the channel points now. Yes, that one. That would be the one, Jolene. Yes, thank you for the exemplar. Much, much louder than it was during the episode. Right, that was mean. Of course, beauty comes in with the heart. Yeah. These people.
Love you all. I
These
swear.
people. I tell you. I'm really glad that you liked it, though. Seriously. I've got some that people have never heard, like they've never been played anywhere. And I'm hoping that enough of you guys enjoy them that you're willing to have a listen, you know? So, yeah. That's me. I'm weird. What can I say? But I enjoy it. I do love writing, you know. It's something that I've done for years. And if you guys are interested, I do have all of my stories available on my website. I can put the link here in the chat room for you guys. It is, let's see.
It's also on the stream
There
on
you
the
go.
top left corner, the originalworlds.com. That's what that website link is.
Yep. So there you go. That is my author site. You guys can find all of my books and all of my stories. A lot of, like, I've made pretty much all of my short stories free to read. You guys can also get free books while you're over there too, if you so desire.
You can also get, like, don't you have it where you can get like a free tidbit of your one story? Your one like actual story. Maybe I'm incorrect, but
so okay, I've made it so that one of my books is available for free. If you guys want to sign up to my newsletter, you guys get a free book out of it. It's the book Penitence. And then I also have, like, yes, some snippets of like the novels and stuff like that on the website. But also, if you guys do want to sign up for the newsletter, and I'm not saying to do it, you know, if you guys want to, that's totally up to you guys. But if you do sign up for the newsletter, you guys will get any stories that I write first. Like, I always put them into the newsletter before I put them onto the website and stuff. So
now do take note. He's focusing on doing the digital painting right now, so don't be expecting to, oh, I'm going to get something new every week or something. So
correct. Yeah. But I send out my newsletter like once a month, you know, something like that. It's not super frequent. I don't spam anybody or anything like that. And I try to make it worthwhile for signing up, you know. So again, you get a free book, you'll get free stories, you know, all kinds of goodies. So the two stories that you heard here, you can actually read the stories themselves on the website if you so desire. So yeah, there you go. I have dozens of short stories on that website though for you guys to peruse and enjoy. So okay, so I have 1 year, well, technically 2 years. So 1 year, my challenge for myself, instead of doing a full-on novel, because, like, okay, for that particular year, I had actually just finished up writing a novel when NaNoWriMo ended up happening. So, like, I finished writing the book in October. So it was like literally just a month before. Oh, this is one of my songs too, if you guys are interested in my music too. So I just finished writing a novel in October, and I was like, okay, I don't have the energy at the moment to do another novel, right? I probably could have, but I just didn't have the energy for it at that moment in time. So instead of writing a novel, what I ended up doing was a challenge to myself where I would write each day a full, complete, 100% edited and ready to publish short story every day for the month of November. And so during that month, I ended up actually completing 23 stories that were completely done, ready for publishing. And then I also ended up hitting on an idea for a novel that ended up turning into a 3-book series. So it was kind of worthwhile for me to do NaNoWriMo that particular year. And then the next year after that, I did participate in it again. Although I had the outline already done for the novel, I was able to get the novel completed in November. I actually wrote it in 8 days, was how long it took me. 8 days to write the full-on novel. So yeah.
So real quick,
I do write really fast, so
yeah, he does. He really does. So one thing real quick too, I see now that there is something we do need to edit on the website real fast too.
okay.
Basically.
Oh, is Silent Step still there?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was gonna, yeah. Do you want me to just hide that for now, or?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and delete that out, that's fine. Or hide it, yeah.
Yeah. He will explain why as I
She runs my
attempt to do
website,
this.
so.
I am the webmaster, although it looks like it kind of needs an update. But...
It does, yeah. So to tell you the story about like what happened as far as my writing stuff goes. All right. I'm going to delve back into the past. Join with me, my friends, as we travel backwards in time into the younger years of Ira Robinson and his travails with his writing career. Yes, go ahead.
Sure, right. I was just going to say, if anyone is interested in the silent steps, I mean, maybe he'll let you have a copy or something. Yeah. I don't know how you want to do that.
Let me go on with the story here.
Yeah. And you will hear the story, the sad story that it is.
Okay. So, I have been writing for years. I've been writing since I was a little kid. And especially started in when I was a teenager, doing it as a catharsis kind of a thing. I went through years of abuse with my dad. He was a whiskey drunk, very abusive, and my mom was very neglectful. I mean, we never come through childhood untainted, it just, we're not unscathed. So I spent a long time writing. I wrote novels and I wrote short stories. And I got married to somebody who tried to kill me on our honeymoon, and then got a divorce from them and started to get married to another person after that. So this second wife. At first, everything was fine, but then as the months progressed, she became very abusive. So I went through 5 years worth of abuse at her hands. One of the things that she did during the period of time that we were together was found all of the books and stories and outlines and everything that I had written to that point in time, and forced me to watch while she threw it all into a bonfire and told me, biting no bones about it, never fucking write again because you're worthless. Pardon my French, but it's drama effect. I have to say it that way. So for a long time, I did not write. Like, that took the wind out of my sails in a big way. Because, for me, writing, it's like my kids, these are like my little children, they're very precious to me. Even though sometimes I have to kill my darlings, they are still very precious to me. So I did finally get away from her, and I started doing some writing again. And the next person that I got together with, when we broke up, I went to work and I came home, and by the time that I had gotten home, she cleared the whole house out, like took everything, and just disappeared into the night, basically. So again, everything to that point that I had written was gone. So for many years, I wrote nothing. Like I was despondent. I could not bring myself to write. Every time that I tried to sit down to do it, nothing would come out because all I could think about was this fact that I'm useless and should never write again. So quite a bit of PTSD from it. So I did finally, because of Jolene, start writing again. She was so supportive of me and the creative process for me that like I felt like I had no choice but to do it for the sake of her. Like I had to give her those little moments of pleasure, So I did start writing some again. And because of her encouragement, I wrote more and more. To the point where I was like, I can do this. I can be an author, It was still a lot of resistance, though, inside. Like, even to this day, trying to write, there's like, I have to fight against myself to get the words to start. Once they start, I'm going, but like, that resistance is there because of the PTSD. So because of the radio shows that I did, I was a talk radio show host for 6 years. A publishing company discovered me and asked me to send them some of my material. So I did, and they decided that it was worthy enough to publish. So they ended up publishing 5 of my books, including the book Penitence, and including one in particular called Silent Steps. When they published Silent Steps, I was very disappointed because the way that I work is when I send the items off to a publishing company, like they're fully edited, they're proofread, they're ready to go. Like literally all they have to do is hit a button and it's done. You know what I mean? I'm kind of obsessive that way. I like to make sure that everything is as complete as it can be. So I did. I sent them like the finalized manuscript and everything, right? And when I got the proof copy of the book back from them, it was like filled with typos. There were things that were out of place. It was so on and so forth. So I like demanded, look, you've got to republish this, you know? And they did, but that was kind of like my first step into this might be a problem. So I did all the marketing. I did all the work, you know, like one of the things that happens today in a traditional author situation, you know, traditional publishing situation. It's a little bit different than it used to be. The publishing company will throw some marketing money at the books that they publish, but unless you're like a very established author, they're not going to do very much. Like they're going to publish it, they're going to print it, but you're going to have to do a lot of the work yourself to get the thing marketed. It's just the way that the game is today. It's different than it was 20 years ago, 40 years ago, where the publishing company would basically take the brunt of that marketing duty. Okay. So it's like one of the aspects where things have changed. So I went through the marketing stages, you know, all of the things, and I know books sold because I could see the sales ranks of the books, right? I mean, one of my books hit #1 bestseller status on Amazon. I mean, I was doing well, you know? So the company, the way that they worked their payment system was they would do their books in February and August, and then they would pay the authors in their stable in March and September. And I was getting all the royalties. Everything was going fine, you know. But then one February, I called them to see if they were doing the books and maybe to get an indication of maybe how much I was going to be earning. And they'd let me know. And then March came along, and Jolene and I ended up getting some tax money that came in. And so we didn't like really track very well. It was our fault, you know, but we didn't really track very well that year, like what was coming in from where, right? So I thought that the money from this publishing company was put into the bank account as it always had been. But a couple of months after all of that happened, I was like, you know, so how much did I get in the royalties this time around? So we got to looking in the bank account, and they had never sent it. They had never sent the payment. So I contacted them, and they told me that, yeah, there must have been some kind of like error or something like that in the system. And so they would make sure that I got the money coming up in September. You know, they would pay me for what was owed me in February and for the rest of the year there in that September date, right? Okay. So September came around. Nothing. October came around. Nothing. November came around. Nothing. So I contacted them again to discover that at that point in time, the company basically folded and they were no longer in the publishing business. But they were still getting royalties from the books being sold because the books were still being sold. Like, again, I could see the sales ranks. I could see that the books are being sold. So after quite a bit of rigmarole, basically what it comes down to is that because I did not sign the contract with the individuals, I signed it with the company. They felt that they didn't have the responsibility to pay me for the royalties for the company that was folded. It's the same thing that actually Disney is doing to Alan Dean Foster. He's another author that's out there. He has written hundreds of books, and some of the books that he's written have been in the Star Wars universe, up to and including the Star Wars novelizations based on the movies. At this point in time, he has not received royalties from Disney for years because Disney claims that he signed the contract with LucasArts, not with Disney. And because Disney is now the owner of all of the property, they don't have to pay him the royalties for the books that are being sold because he did not sign the contract with them. He signed it with LucasArts. And he's taking it to the Supreme Court. I don't know if it's ever going to get there or not. It's a big to-do going on, right? But this is exactly what this company did to me too. They are receiving the money for the books sales under their own bank account, but because the publishing company is X publishing company, they feel they don't have the responsibility to pay the royalties. Because I did not sign the contract with these individuals. It's a bunch of horse crap. But it's what they're doing to me. So, all that being said, the real suck thing about the situation is that I actually have sequels written for this particular book, Silent Steps, that are ready to go, ready to publish, but I don't want to because I have tried to get them to revert the rights of the books back to me. Look, if you're not handling the publishing of it anymore, then at least revert the rights back to me so I can publish it under my own umbrella and at least get frickin' paid for it, right? But nope, they don't want to do that. They've never released the rights back to me. So I've got these sequels to this particular book that are ready to go, ready to be published. But I'm not going to because if I publish it, then that means that people have to buy the first book to understand what's happening in the second book. And I'm not going to give them any more of my damn money.
Yeah, he can't because right now on Amazon, it's there, but it's going to them, not him. So until they sign the rights over to him and it gets transferred back to his Amazon, he can't re-upload it himself. He'll get dinged despite the fact it's
for
his.
Plagiarism.
Right. So he's stuck because they refuse to do that.
Yep. They can ding me for plagiarism, and they would because that's how Amazon is, and that's how these other booksellers are. You know, they will ding you if you put out something that's the same as somebody else did. And because technically the publishing company is the one that owns the rights to it, I cannot publish it. So contract situations are a little bit different. It depends on the contract that you sign, PJ. The one in particular that I signed shows that I do sign the rights of the book over to them under the condition that they pay me the royalties for the sales of the book. But they have technically breached contract with me because they have not paid me for the royalties of the books. But they're getting away with it because, again, the publishing company itself is technically folded. So it's kind of a catch-22. I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't in that situation. And the only thing that I can do... Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was going to say what you're just about to say. Go ahead.
Okay. So the only thing that I could do to, get around what has happened is to, basically rewrite the book. If I make it significantly different from what it currently is, then I would be able to publish it under my own purview, and not risk getting sued for plagiarism, basically. But The question is, do I want to bother with doing that kind of shit? You know, it's a lot of work.
You know what? I just had an idea. Had a thought. I'll message you afterwards. I don't know if you want to talk about this over the thing, but I have an idea of how you could get your series out without having to use Amazon and stuff. But but yeah. So I mean, yeah, it's scary because it is a traditional, and that's what he dealt with doing a traditional. But do take note that who we went through was small. It was a small traditional.
It was technically mid-sized because they had enough authors in there that they'd be considered to be mid-sized, but still, like,
I mean, that is true. They're not like a big wig. They're not any. Well, he said that they folded, so obviously it's not.
The situation I'm in with it is that, like, they are, like, my dealings with them, my experiences with them are kind of an exception, not the rule, right? It does happen. Don't get me wrong, it does happen. I know other people that this kind of thing has happened to with other publishing companies. But you kind of have to do caveat emptor a little bit and make sure of who you're dealing with, you know? As long as they're reputable, it's worth the risk. It's worth the risk, you know? But it's kind of up to you. You know, bear in mind again that like, in today's world, I know a lot of people, like, outside of the industry, or, well, a lot of people inside the industry poo-poo on the idea of self-publishing. But I know more than a few people who are self-published that are millionaires. It's not a matter of, like, getting published traditionally. The thing with being published traditionally, again, is that, like, you've got a little bit of street cred if you go with a traditional publisher, right? But that isn't the end all be all. Anything that a traditional publisher can do for you, you can do yourself if you do your research and you self-publish. That's what I've done at this point in time.
Yeah, but because of, like, in the past, the groups that Ira has gotten into and whatnot, we know of, he's more so friends with quite a number of people who self-publish, and writing is all they do. Like, they don't have any other job. They are able to be supported by self-publishing their own work. So it is possible. It's granted a little bit more difficult than just getting someone to traditionally publish you, but it is possible.
I can literally name you right off the top of my head 6 different people that are making over $100,000 a year in their self-publishing journey. They're making a lot of money at it. So, and bear in mind too, that if you do go today, like in today's day and age, as an unknown author, if you do get accepted and published by a traditional author, you're still going to have to do a lot of the legwork to actually get the books to sell. So it's kind of a thing of, okay, do I want to go through a traditional publishing company and have to still do all the work, but they take a big chunk of the percentage of the sales of the books away from me to pay their CEOs and their, you know, cover designers and so on and so on and so on. There's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of fish in the ecosystem that need to be paid, right? So you're going to get like a small chunk out of what you were going to be earning had you sold it yourself. You see what I mean? You're still going to have to do, like, by and large, a lot of the work to get the book to sell. Like, you'll have to be paying the advertising money, the legwork of going to different locations, do signings, all that kind of stuff, right? All of the things that come with being an author is going to be on your back. They might throw a little bit of cash into the ecosystem for you, but it's very rare, and you're going to have to be pretty special to make that kind of a thing happen as a first-time published author. Okay. The advance is nice, right? It is. But at the same time, okay. So here's something that not very many people know when it comes to being an author. Okay. Let me do a quick bio break. I just need to pee real quick. So talk for a moment. Vamp.
Sure, I'll talk real quick for you. So, like, as far as like, being a self-publisher and everything, because I can talk more about this because I was more involved with this process as opposed to him being traditionally published, is that like, I'm sure he can show it when he comes back. Like one of the covers, like pretty much all the covers were done that he paid for somebody else to do it through Fiverr. And that's not really that difficult to do. And it's, if you look hard enough, you can find ones that aren't like super expensive or anything like that. Because again, we're on fixed income. So we don't have, hundreds of dollars to throw around just to get these things done. But it is still possible to get a decent cover made without having to, dish out a lot of money. And, you get that done, you have the whole book made. And then, again, if you need someone to edit your work, again, you can pay someone through Fiverr to do that. I mean, there's other programs, there's other, similar things, so that like you don't have to feel like you have to be able to do everything yourself. So that's, something to keep in mind, is that, self-publishing, yes, you do have to do more things on your own. But I mean, there's a lot of groups out there. I know at least 1, 2, 3, 2 on Facebook that are like really big to help people who like self-publish and go through everything, whether it be, where to go to find an editor, where to go to find, someone to do cover art. There's some people who, there's even groups who offer to do cover arts for self-publishers on Facebook and stuff. It's bigger than you realize. So don't feel like, but I gotta do this, I gotta do that. No, it's, oh, I never even thought about Fiverr for editing. That's a good tip. Yeah, because it's there.
Yeah.
And the good thing is, you can use that and you can see what they come up with. And it's, read the reviews, go this way and that way, and it'll, Fiverr is pretty
you can
good
find
for
people that are
reputable. You can even look on like, you can go to YouTube and you can see there's like the channels where they'll be like, I sent my music or art or whatever, my photo to like 5 different people of 5 different tiers, prices on Fiverr to see what they came up with. And you can see the differences of how like some of the different ones come out through.
Right. I'm going to show you, I changed the viewpoint here. What I'm going to do. So did you mention about like the covers being through Fiverr too?
Yeah. Okay.
I
was mentioning that the majority of your covers,
right,
especially the self-published ones, were through Fiverr.
Right. So like this one here, this is one of the covers I got through them. I think if I remember right, it was about what, $40 for each of these.
Oh goodness, I don't even remember how much. And I think there's only like 1 or 2 of the covers that we touched up a little bit. The rest, we pretty much left it exactly as it is. So
these 3 books right here that I just showed you, these were for one particular book series, and the person, I used the same person to do all 3 of them, so that they would have like consistency, between each of the books.
And the nice thing too is
this
that
is another one for a different story that I wrote. This is for Clockwork Heart. Let me transform this here real quick. There you go. So this one was from a different person, and as you can see, they're good covers. They're really nice covers. They sell well. I've had no problem with the sales generations through the covers and that kind of thing. So it's an option that you can do to go that route. See, where's the
I will butt in real quick too. And a nice thing too with going this route too,
there's another one,
is that I don't know if all of them do, but a good majority of them will give you, like, if you have Photoshop, they will give you the PSD, so you can interact with the individual layers. So if it's like not 100% to your liking, you can edit it. Because like I said, there's like a cover or two that we did like slightly modify,
Did a little
but for the
tweaking
most
too,
part,
yeah.
yeah, but for the most part, we kept it exactly as it was. Like if I remember right, for example, slipped, they had included 2 different versions of the word slipped,
Right.
for us to choose from. So that's like one example. So.
So one of the things I was going to mention with all of this is like, you know, you can again, try to just imagine, you know, yes, the advance with, doing the traditional publish is nice, but the problem with the route. Okay. A lot of people are not aware of this, okay? And this is kind of like the unspoken secret in traditional publishing. Are you ready for this? So when you get your, like, okay, let's say for instance, you get accepted from a traditional publishing company. They say, okay, we're going to publish your book. We're going to give you a $5,000 advance. Okay. Which, by the way, that $10,000 advance that you were made, that's pretty rare. 5,000 is usually about the amount. They will give you that check. Yay. Awesome. Cool. But the part of the contract that most people aren't really like aware of in the public is that you get the advance, but it's more of a loan. So you can get that $5,000 advance, but if your book does not sell $5,000 worth of copies, you have to pay back whatever the remainder is to the company. That's part of the contracts. And that's unfortunately not something that's spoken about very frequently. But that's part of it. Yeah. So, and again, you're going to have to do to be the one to do the legwork, right? Which means that the advertising money that you're going to do is probably going to come out of that $5,000 advance that you just got. And if you don't sell $5,000 worth of books, which is not very common to do, by the way, even with traditional publishing, you know, $5,000 worth of sales on a book in a year, you know, you see what I mean? Like you're going to have to pay to make it happen, you know? So, right. They don't take the loss. No. Not the only time they will take a risk like that is if you're an established author that they recognize that will likely be, you know, just based on the name alone, making sales. But for you and me, the great unwashed masses that they accept, no. That's not the contracts we sign. That's not the contracts we sign. So,
not only that, I mean, I know this one is a little bit more well known, but there's also usually, you know, you have a limited time to get the thing done too. So
yeah.
If you don't get it done in time, well,
then that advance has to be paid back. Yeah. Because you've breached contract at that point. Yep. It's like that little unknown, unspoken about secret of the industry. They don't like to mention that, right? I mean, it's like, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's
because
unfortunate.
I know I've read in like some of your writing groups. I have heart groups, that some of them will do like, you know, you have 3 months to write a book. You have 3 months to get it done. Some of them even less than that. They don't give you a whole lot of time. So if you're not a quick writer, you might be hurt.
Yeah, you run the risk of breaking contract with it there too. Yep. So it's like for me, like after my experience with traditional, and granted, again, my experience was a little exception, not norm, right? But still knowing the other things that I've learned about the industry too, by being a published author traditionally. For me, the decision to go self-published was kind of an easy win for me, you know? So, in a lot of cases, that's the way it needs to be. But sometimes if you get an agent, the agent will go with your, they will approach a company with your idea. They will usually ask you for at least a few chapters that are completed before they will like even think about doing something like that. But, there are some agents that if you do approach them with an incomplete manuscript, but you have like the premise, you know, the synopsis, premise, and all that kind of stuff of the book, like ready to go, then you can kind of get above the slush pile, you know, by having the agent that's there. But it's still, even in that case, you know, again, you're going to have to like do a big percentage to the agent. You're going to have to do a big percentage to the publishing company itself. You know, it's like there's a lot that comes out of the sales of the book before you even see a dime of it, you know. And you won't see a dime of it until those things are paid. So, you know, like you could get that $5,000 advance, right? But then if you only sell $4,500 worth of books, you're not going to get another $4,500 on top of it. You're going to owe them $500, you see. So it's kind of the way that it goes. And again, like that's the case for people that have like never been published before. That's probably the contract that you're going to end up having to sign. More like 99% of the contracts that are out there, unless you've got like an amazing social following and all of that kind of stuff. Like they might like, okay, I'll give you an example. There was a lady who had a book that she wrote that she did approach a publishing company with, but she's like big on social media. She had like over 200,000 followers on Twitter. She had like a whole bunch more on YouTube and stuff like that. And so when she went to the publishing company with her powerhouse of a social structure in place, the contract that they signed with her was just, you know, the regular kind of contract that Stephen King kind of thing would sign, right? But unless and until you have that kind of power behind you, that they know, like, okay, this person has 100,000 people following her on Twitter. She has like another 200,000 subscribers over on YouTube. There's probably going to be book sales that are generated out of that. We can take the risk with it. You see what I mean? But for you and me, you know, for instance, who might not have that kind of a social following, they're not going to take that risk. That's not worth the reward to them. They're probably going to lose out on that risk. You see?
I mean, I will, you know, to be honest, especially when it comes to like nowadays with like publishing traditionally, it's a matter of how much money do you have to pay for someone to help you get published, or what kind of connections you have. That's a big thing. Because like in Ira's case, they kind of came to him.
Right. They came to me because I had the radio shows, you know, so I was already pretty well known. I mean, I had at any given time 9 million listeners listening to my radio shows, you know, so I was already kind of pretty well established, you see. So that's why they approached me. They knew that I was a writer because I would talk about my books that I had written on the shows here and there, you know, and I had like guests on my shows that were authors as well that talked about, you know, all of their stuff and would up their books and all that kind of stuff. You see what I mean? So like I already had some connections going on in the industry to make it so that it was a little easier for me to get traditionally published. Other people, you know, it's a lot of work. It really is. It's a lot of work. So take all that as you will. I mean, it's up to you. You know, it's your life. It's your, like, the thing to do with your author career, like if you really want to make a go at it, right? This is what you kind of have to do as a mindset. Instead of like being an author, you have to be an entrepreneur. You've got to be a business person, because if you approach it just as strictly an author situation, you're probably going to get screwed. You know, but you kind of have to approach it. This is my business. You know, my Twitch is my business. My art is my business. My writing is my business. You know, these are all part of my company, quote unquote, that is Ira Robinson. You are definitely my business. I'm all up in your business, baby. So, this is all part of my own like particular ecosystem. Everything that I do, I bear in mind it would reflect upon my business in some kind of way. You see what I mean? So I do my art on Twitch. Number one, because I love to share my art. I've only been doing it now for like a month, you know, but I'm really enjoying the process of sharing my art, which I had not really ever done before. But I'm looking at it not only as like just doing cool art, but I'm also doing it as a way to say, okay, if you're interested in the things that I'm creating, I am an author as well. You know, if you're interested in the art that I've created, well, here's some stories that I've created too. Maybe you'll be interested in those too. You see, so they kind of like all tie together with me in my mind as part of my business model, you know? So, it helps to kind of approach the things that you're doing with that mindset. You know, what am I going to do that's going to further my business ahead at this point in time? So like, for instance, one thing that I learned a long time ago that is a very good idea to do is any kind of income that you make with your business, take 25% of that and make sure that it goes back into the business in some kind of way. Whether that's to get like equipment upgrades or do advertising or, you know, cover designs, you know, if you're going with the book covers and that kind of stuff, you know, all of these things, take it out of what's coming through the business. You see what I mean? Don't take it out of your own personal pocket. Take it out of what's coming out of the business. And it's not too bad of an idea too. It's not too bad of an idea too, if you are going to be serious about doing this, that you actually set yourself up with an LLC so that anything that you do goes through the LLC instead of through you. You have a little bit more protection that way. Had I done that with my own stuff, I may have been able to protect myself better with the stealing of my books, you know, just as an example. There'd be more like, so instead of me coming at them with a civil suit situation where I have to hire an entertainment lawyer and so on and so forth, which is very freaking expensive, by the way. Holy crap, I'm in the wrong industry. So I'm in the wrong part of the entertainment industry, that's for sure. Those guys make bank. But you know, you can kind of like set it up as an LLC, because if I had done that, if I had signed the contract with them as an LLC, then I could come at them suing them as a business to a business lawsuit instead of an individual to a business. There's a different set of court circumstances that happen so that I would have more like protections in place. You see what I mean? Getting an LLC is pretty cheap. It doesn't really take that much to do, and it's not too bad of an idea to do. So just something to throw at you for the future. You know, if this is again something that you're serious about doing, I would take that route. If I was to talk to my younger self, I would have recommended that to myself. You see what I mean? And as you can see, I will talk about this shit for hours. So,
yeah, he is very passionate about writing. So feel free if you have any questions, comments, concerns, whatever.
Yeah. Ask me anything. Everything's an open book with all of this, you know. And I try to do what I can to make sure that you guys out there have as much information and knowledge that you can get. You know, like take what tastes good to you, make use of it, whatever it is that you want to do. You know, and the only thing that I can do is just say, you know, I do wish you all the best with this writing career. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. It's not easy. It's not easy being a writer because it's very solitary. It's very time consuming, you know, but, I do wish you the best with it because I love writing. I do. I love writing, even with the resistances that I have to it. I still love it, you know, and it's still something that I'm very passionate about. So take that as you will.
So I will put out 2 for you, Elliot. If you need a beta reader, I will happily beta read. I have offered this before to Dr. Napkins, who was in the chat earlier, because he also writes. So he gave me a bit of what he was writing, and I read it. So if you ever want a beta reader to read it and like critique or whatever, I can be a beta reader for you as well. So yeah, just throwing that out there. I love to read. I used to read all the time. I haven't so much of late, but other eyes, scary, right? Yeah. So I will happily.
Oh, no. They're seeing me.
Right. Yeah. So yeah. So I offer that unless I get too bombarded with other people being like, "Oh wait, you will wait to read then." And
Suddenly
I will
Jolene
say,
has 100 novels to read, you know?
right, yeah. But I will say too, I am a busy person, so like I may not read it like quickly. I can read it when I do my rehab. It's like an hour. Yeah,
Cardiac rehab.
My cardiac rehab is about an hour, and I do it twice a week. So twice a week I can get at least for sure.
She guarantees 2 hours a week.
Right. Beyond that, I can't, but yeah.
Right. Exactly. I will say too, like, so writing advice, writing tips, all that kind of stuff, I love giving out too, right? I've actually put out a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel regarding like writing tips and advice and stuff. So, let me give you this, because this is probably one of the most important ones. Okay. So as far as the hook thing goes, it's what kind of brought it up for me, but I did have a chance to meet Stephen King. I had a chance to ask him a couple of questions. So one of the questions that I asked him was, what do you think the most important part of the story is? And he said, the first words are the most important. You have to grip the reader with your teeth by the neck and not let go, you know? And so if you haven't done that, then you've lost your reader already, and you may as well not finish writing the rest of the book. So that's something that I've always borne in my mind as far as like, what can I do to make the first couple of sentences the most punchy, absolute kick in the guts kind of crap that I can do, you know, to make sure that I don't lose this reader's interest. And so it kind of like goes into what we were talking about earlier with the world building thing, you know, and the details that you put into the story. You want to keep them moving from place to place to place to place in the story, you know, like boom, 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 boom. Like always hit them with those moments of cliffhangerness or things like that, action, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, you want to make sure that they are like never having a reason to put your book down. You know, I can't go to sleep until I finish this book because it is so freaking good and I cannot give it up. You know, you want to make sure that your book is doing that to them. You know, you want to grab them by the teeth and not let go. So, that's probably the best advice that I can give to people when it comes to like what to do as far as writing or how to write and that kind of stuff goes. That one thing is really what it can all be crystallized down into, you know? So usually when I write, if I sit down to write a short story, I usually have like the first sentence already written in my head, and as soon as I put it down, then the rest of the story just snowballs from there. You know what I mean? And it's kind of funny how it works, because usually that sentence will start like echoing around in my head for some reason, you know, and it won't let me go, you know. So it's like I know when it does that, then I know I've got something good, you know. So right. That's the creative process. We always want to go from the one to the other. I want to write now. But then you start writing, you're like, I got to do this art. And then you do the art. I got to write, you know, it's like the brain never wants to do what it's supposed to be doing. It always wants to do something different because it gets bored. It simmers in its own juices. Anyways, I do hope all of this is helpful in some kind of way to you. I just want to be like of service to everybody in some kind of way, you know? Can never stay in one place, right? Exactly. Believe me, I feel you there. I know. It's terrible. So but it's fun, you know. I mean, that's part of the fun of being a creative person. You know, you've got all these different passions, and following them from one to the next, it can be really, you know, a lot of fun. It can be really good.
Attention all personnel. Welcome, new recruits, to the land of the future. All recruits report to orientation, that is all.
You didn't have to do that, but thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, every bit of like funding that comes in through the channel, it goes directly to helping to feed my family. Because, well, we're broke. We live on $600 a month in disability, and that's pretty much it that I get, you know? So it's like, it's rough. So I'm very grateful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're a very big help. So, I will say though, I've been on for about 4 hours now. My voice is getting a little tired, and I've just kind of been getting over a sore throat going on. So I do think that I'm going to go ahead and hop off.
They said you just gave me a college education for free.
Oh, well, thank you. I am glad that I can help. And honestly, like any kind of questions, any kind of thing that you want to have as far as like writing or the process of it, or, you know, anything like that, man. I love talking about it. It's one of my favorite subjects.
Can you tell he used to teach?
I did. Yeah, actually, I was a teacher for a while. I taught people how to repair computer systems. I basically did training for A+ certification, Microsoft certification, Linksys certification, all that kind of stuff, NetSoft, all that kind of good stuff, you know. So I like it. I like doing it. You know, I have a lot of fun with it. But I haven't done it for a while. So that's why I kind of like do it. You know, it's for me a lot of fun. So but like I said, I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here for now, but I will be back tomorrow, 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as I always am. And I do hope that all of you guys have enjoyed this evening. I'm pretty satisfied with how the art came out tonight. It's not bad. You know, it could be a little bit better, right? But, it's not bad for what it is. Yes, exactly. That's the only emote I have right now, but we will be getting more. I'm having Jolene create some of the emotes for me, and she's kind of like in the process of doing it with her creation of the crochets and all that. But again, she's kind of like limited on the amount of time that she's got to do things. So, yeah, we're going to create them as best as we can. And I love the fact that Twitch gave me blind date as my prefix. Man, that is great. I love having blind date. They could not have done it better. I'm like, yes, I'm keeping this prefix for sure. So, but before we do leave, I want to make sure to find somebody that we can go raid. And I'm trying to figure out somebody that's going to be a good raid to do. So who can we do? I'm trying to see if there's another artist on this right now. And yeah, actually there is another artist that we can go hit. This guy is really good. Really, really good. He's not super interactive with the chat, but he's got like a couple of issues that kind of prevents him from getting as active in the chat as he should or could be. But he's a fan-freaking-tastic artist. I love this guy's work, and I think that you guys will too. So his name is Charles Lister, and I'm going to go ahead and send you guys over to him. So give me 1 second while I type this in.
So, hope you all have a good evening. We stream almost every night, so we'll be on again tomorrow, 8 p.m.
8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yep. Yep, indeed. Well, until next time, keep safe out there. Have fun. Thank you so much, as always, for watching. And thank you for the subscriptions. And we will talk to you again tomorrow. And I will do my little end video here for you guys. Yay.
Incoming customer detected.
Keep your eyes open, boys.
We need to have a serious talk!
I forgot how to make a origami crane.